Ronald Dianga. I must say I've really had a wonderful time interacting with colleagues here. And I think this is my first NCOF. And it comes to life to see the amount of work that's being put to be able to put out a better forecast. And I want to commend my colleagues from the Kenya Meteorological Department for the good work that has gone ahead. Because I think it can clearly be seen that there is great opportunity to now take this to the last mile delivery or to those that need it. So my work today is very simple. I would like to walk you through Tomorrow Now in partnership with KMSA and some of the things that we have been working on together. And for us, we are very excited, especially to take off where Toby has left, that the new focused product that's been developed by KMD is now going to be driven into the advisory service that has been running at Calro. And that's a really big leap in helping us to be able to better serve the smallholder farmers. Last I was here on this stage on Monday, I shared with you that I am a farmer. And as a farmer, and so maize has reached physiological maturity, can I leave it in the farm a bit longer? Can I stock it? Or what can I do? Those questions are the hard questions that farmers keep asking every single day. And without a clear insight or information to those farmers, a single wrong decision, either they plant too early or too late, will affect and impact their harvest or their yield at the end of the day. And so it's through very strategic process to be able to develop what is called an agro-weather advisory or an agro-weather information. We keep innovating, and most of our innovations currently are AI-powered, and we are currently working on a sovereign global access platform infrastructure that will be rolled out to national entities for them to be able to run their own instance and be able to produce these agro-weather advisories. So the models have already been built. It's just being migrated onto the AI platforms using the MCP protocols. And so the core of how we operate currently is, like I mentioned, is this agromet intelligence. I think we did, as we were setting the stage for this workshop, mention the importance of moving beyond forecast to drive out the national Met services. There is still an opportunity to continue to co-design and continue to capacity build around these new emerging technologies, be it. And so let me double down now on the specific things that we've been working on together with our colleagues at KMSA, just to share with you some of the progress that we have made so far. So this is just a snapshot of what that partnership has looked like. We have the ground station network that I will just share a bit about as well. We have the gold standard validation network. We have the global sounding balloon project, as well as the NOAA capacity building project. On your screen now, you can see to your left, that's a laser dysdrometer. A laser dysdrometer, of course, I don't need to explain it to you all, but I can imagine you know. But just for the sake of this, a laser dysdrometer is basically a fancy rain gauge. It's the Ferrari, I would say, of precipitation measurement, as it's able to take very accurate precipitation readings. This laser dysdrometer was bought by Tomorrow Now and was installed in partnership with KMSA and TAMO, who is our very strategic partner. And the data that comes out of that laser dysdrometer goes directly into the TAMO servers and is shared with our colleagues at KMSA. Actually, there are about 4 of them distributed in different agroecological zones in the country. One of these laser dysdrometer is actually at KMSA's HQ offices. The other ground observation network is what's on your right in the screen, and that's an Arable Mark III sensor. An Arable Mark III sensor is basically an agro-weather instrument. So it does not only measure the environmental conditions, but also looks at the crop conditions. And that's why most of them are actually put in farms. Did I say I'm a farmer? How many remember that? That's not Photoshop, that's my farm. Yeah, we're doing a test, so I had to put it on my farm. Oh, if you like, I can go and give you some cabbages after this. Yeah, but yeah, so like I said, all this data that comes out of these ground observation networks still are streamed into the TAMO, our partner network, and they're able to be shared by our colleagues from KMSA. Why do we as Tomorrow Now invest in supporting countries like Kenya and the rest of those that we work in to increase ground observation? Of course, the reason is very straightforward. Ground observation is the truest observation point, and those are what help us to be able to calibrate the agro-weather advisories that I mentioned. So all of these are important to just support the agro-weather advisory development. The other is the Gold Standard Validation Network. And so the Gold Standard Validation Network is actually a joint initiative that was spearheaded by Tomorrow Now and our colleagues from TAMO. And the idea with the Gold Standard Validation Network is to now take an inner ring of different sensors across the country. And of course, the map that you see there is just the geographies that we also work in, but also the distribution of these particular sensors. Most of them are TAMO. Of course, in addition to the laser dystrophometer that I mentioned, 5 of them. So 1 is in Rwanda, 4 are in Kenya, 20 Arable Mark III sensors, most of which are in Kenya, as well as 3 in Tanzania. And of course, the 45 WMO NOAA stations, as well as the 150 TAMO weather stations. Why do we need a gold standard validation network? As Tomorrow Now, remember I mentioned about agro-weather advisories. We work with both the agricultural institutions as well as our colleagues from the weather side, because for a farmer, the only thing a farmer needs to know is what can I do tomorrow? Is the conditions optimal for me to fertilize? If the rains are too much, you know what will happen. The fertilizer will leach. If the rains are too little, you know what will happen. The crops will dry up because of the effect of the chemicals. And so we need to be able to ensure we help these farmers make that right decision of when is the optimal time to place that fertilizer for optimal increased yield. And so this gold standard validation network is basically a select group of high quality and very well calibrated weather stations that their data is used to now calibrate some of the products that we calibrate and validate some of the products that we'll get access to. And that's the same process that even this oncoming season we will be able to use once we access the data from KMSA. The other area that we've been working on with KMSA is the NOAA Multi-Hazard Forecast Project, and this was a Tomorrow Now funded project implemented by our colleagues, again, in partnership with our colleagues from TAMO. And this workshop is basically trying to look at how do we transition from data to decisions, because like we said, it's an imperative that as we continue to innovate and as we continue to work through to ensure that we have high quality weather data, and our colleagues from KMSA are doing that job very well. How can we then help those to drive decisions in the different countries? This was actually, the photo you see there was the very first ever capacity building session at IMTR at the Kenya Meteorological Headquarters, and it brought together different countries in the region, Uganda, Rwanda, as well as our colleagues from Tanzania. And the idea was basically for us to see how do we, in that capacity building breadth, be able to strengthen the National Met National Met and Hydrological Services so that then they can utilize weather and climate technologies. This is a project I personally like a lot. Is the Global Sounding Balloon Project, and is run by Windborne Systems. Tomorrow Now, as a Gates grantee, was able to, for lack of a better word, midwife this project to come to Kenya. The Global Sounding Project, this is the first ever AI-enabled balloon in the Southern Hemisphere. Yes, in the Southern Hemisphere. Most of this balloon has been operating in the Northern Hemisphere, the US and Europe, but the first launch site is at KMD, and balloons are launched daily out of this particular site in partnership with, of course, KMSA. This balloon project was important because we needed to improve and test this new technology, the AI-enabled GSB, on its capabilities over the traditional radioson. Of course, as you know, with upper air observation, the more, the meteorologists are here in the room, and me, I'm just a farmer, but they know, and maybe all of us know, the more data you can have, the better you can improve your model outputs. And so this particular this particular AI-enabled balloon, as opposed to a traditional radioson which only takes one flight, it can take multiple flights across different geographies in different days. So you can imagine the volume of data that you can be able to get out of this. And this is still going on actually. If you'd like, you can visit the KMSA headquarters today and you'll be able to see the balloon launch project. Let me end with this coming season because it's a very important season for smallholder farmers, ecosystem, as well as, of course, for everybody around the room, because it's not only there's the season where we're expecting El Nino, but it's also the season where we have a good opportunity to support our smallholder farming ecosystem. And under the new KMSA charter that Toby was mentioning about, for us at Tomorrow Now, we are very happy to be working with partners, of course, like Aim for Scale, to be able to ensure that we can be able to validate and integrate these new products that are being developed out of KMSA into the already existing platform at Calro with the Weather Agro Advisory Services. And this Weather Advisory Services is actually at scale because it's supporting currently 5.6 million crop farmers. And this season is going to begin to start to support 1 million livestock farmers. And so there is a great opportunity for us to better impact our farmers. And therefore, as we walk around the room today, I just want to implore us that let's remember the more than 6 million Kenyan farmers who are looking to us, are looking to this National Climate Outlook Forum and the outputs thereof to be able to support their day-to-day decision-making at their different farms. I'm also happy that I will be receiving on the other end as a farmer. But let me stop there and say that thank you very much, colleagues. It's always great to continue to collaborate. And for us at Tomorrow Now, the commitment is we're looking forward to continue together to make every forecast a promise of hope. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. We have heard from the presentation that they have been working with us. We are even working on the ground station network. There's the gold standard validation network. There is also a sounding balloon, which is normally deployed from the Kenya Meteorological Department. Do you have any questions for this presenter? Questions? Any questions? If there are no questions, then we'll move to the next presenter. That is Kenya Red Cross Society. The presentation is being made by Mr. Venant Dingila. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olo, and good morning, colleagues. Good morning, colleagues. Yeah, I'll share a brief overview of how we interact with information from KMSA to support anticipatory action, especially around flooding events in the country. as we are all aware, we form a very crucial link between all disaster information with the community because of our functions. We are placed in between the community and all the sources of information, especially anticipatory information. So we endeavor every time to ensure that the communities receive this information and, very importantly, know what action to take and at what time, or rather for timeliness.
This is your laptop? Yeah, this is mine. Just swap. Ama imeenda kwa Gmail. The interpreter is requesting that you raise your voice a bit.
Yeah, thank you. Apologies for that delayed setup. So as I was saying, we are positioned in between the end user, who is the community, and the source of the information. Continuously, we also try to understand the community, how they are predisposed to various risks, and also try to understand their vulnerability, and most importantly, how then we can be able to support them for effectiveness, either for preparedness or for response. So with this then, between the information, or rather between the forecast to community action, first of all, we ensure that we receive and I want to use a very simple example of how then we interact and we work with this information. So my slide there from the left, as step one, then we receive the advisory or the forecast. You can see one of the example. This is a weekly or a 7-day forecast. We have established, or rather we have in place, an emergency operations center, which one of its main function is to do monitoring of the hazard situation in the country. So they subject these through an analysis to be able to understand the projected impacts and then to overlay it with the existing vulnerabilities within the community. And this, therefore, will start telling us then what we need to be able to do, and most importantly, how then is the community expected to take which actions in order either to be ready or to be able to respond if they are not able to prevent interaction with the impacts. And with this, of course, we ensure now we have a very accurate risk map and the projected numbers of population likely to be impacted. In step 3, then we use the early warning systems which we have, for example, the river level monitoring systems, which now progressively indicate the imminency of the impacts of the flooding in the risk areas. And this, over time, of course, we have known, let's say, for example, Garissa. Garissa, we have a river level monitor, which, if it shows anything beyond 4.1 meters, we know then the first places to be affected by floods is down River Tana, which is mostly in the Delta and the Bura area. And we have seen that it is within 72 hours, then the flood effects will be felt downstream. So if this level is reached, then we are able to trigger the alert. For the communities in the mapped areas, which are seen to be at high risk, this is basically then 72 hours or, yes, before 72 hours. But within that, then we start sending out messages. And these messages we send in the different forms. We have the SMSs. We also have the members of our volunteer network going door to door and also using, for example, the other public address systems. This is coupled also with other actions which are expected to support the communities which are very exposed for that matter. And some of them include triggering response plans, which are community-based, and they are able then to support the communities to reduce the risks. As we are doing this, all this time, we try to get feedback from the community to ensure now we complete the loop of information. First of all, to try and get the impact of the information, whether we are communicating or not. And the same, then we share it with the KMSA so that we can be able to view and improve this information. We also establish other, or rather we create other packages of information like the leaflets you can be able to see there in the bottom right, which advisory to ensure safety of those who are exposed to flooding. Very briefly around how then we support the community preparedness, in this case for this OND flooding, which is very projected. Before the flooding, we ensure, first of all, as I indicated earlier, the community receive the information. But as we are doing that, then we come to ensure our mapping is more accurate. So remember, we are continuously trying to understand the dynamics of the projected or other or any seasonal flooding in some of these high-risk areas. But because they are either long-term predictions, they may not have the accuracy. But this time, as we receive now the accurate information, or rather, the more short-term forecasts, we are able now to make our risk mapping more accurately, and this then to inform the all other anticipatory plans. We support, of course, the communities in clearing drains or improving the drainage system in those areas. We also advocate for increasing of food stocks, especially in the storage for this season. This we try also to take the opportunity of the existing coping mechanisms in the communities in those areas. Of course, you may want to know in urban areas, there's always a challenge because the behaviors and the coping mechanisms of the population in urban areas does not have much history because people are moving, and also people in urban areas, they always think they are safe every time. So we find ourselves that we have to do a lot in terms of awareness building. I want also to emphasize around the approach of saving in groups. This is for communities in the areas which have been identified to be at high risk. Now, saving in groups here, it does not mean materials only. It also means coming together and doing joint plans, joint localized plans, which we have supported the communities to develop. And with this then, they ensure one first, there is either reduce exposure to this flooding, but most importantly, they are able to respond very effectively. And the others are the various actions which are meant either to save lives and also try to save the valuable assets and again reduce the severity of the impacts. All this time, we have developed with the communities a 72-hour kit list, which if the communities, the populations have to evacuate and move to evacuation centers, then they can use within that period. And we can see below there on the slide what basic and essential items and materials are included in this 72-hour kit. And then we reach the position of now this is 24 hours to the flood impacts, where we activate these actions, including now then the 72-hour kit list as they move to safer grounds. And the other actions are very localized actions which either are meant to make safe the area or ensure safety as they depart for evacuation. And then after the flooding, we come in with actions which are meant, one, to trigger recovery processes, and the second one is to support full recovery. And some of the actions include supporting the communities with return home kits or materials so that as they go to the destabilized environment of their homes, they can be able to do immediate settling as they bounce back. An example again of some of the decision-making processes within Tana River or Tana Basin, how we monitor, of course, piggybacking from the information from KMSA, how then we domesticate it and how we use the local early warning and monitoring systems so that we can be able to support the communities. You can see for the 7 days to the flooding situation, of course, we have received the forecast from KMSA, and with that, then we start monitoring the river level monitors. I want to request you to note that within the Tana Basin, we have 3 river level monitor stations, Garissa, Hola, and Garsen. And this is a fail-safe system because sometimes water moves from the higher river level, or rather higher points in the river to the lower levels. And for example, you may not find the water in Garissa, but you find the waters in Hola. So you need to also get the right early warnings of using the river levels with the available water in that location. That's why you have the 3. So you can see the various color coding we share with the communities so that they can be able to see at what stage of alert or alarm which we are with the imminent flooding situation. You may want to note that, for example, in Garissa, we said between 3.8 to 4.5, mostly around 4.1, we are now in a flooding situation. But because of the anticipatory action needs or the early action needs, we ensure that we communicate this information at the flood, from the flood alert levels. We start communicating this information to the communities. And then by the time now the floods impacts, the communities, either they have done the right action, either the anticipatory actions or the early actions as they may be required. The same now, but this one I am just presenting some of the operational requirements and again the operational decisions which are made at the different levels of alert. For example, from 7 days when we are at yellow, which is indicated by the KMSA reports which show at least 20 to 35 millimeters of rains reported in a certain area, we read it together with the river level monitoring, which indicates, for example, 3 meters if we use the same for Tana River. And also we come and observe also the forecasted rains which are likely to continue. We then take operational actions, including sending now the SMS alerts to the communities at that time, the 7 days. But also, most importantly, we start using boots on ground to ensure the communities, either they have received the information and we verify if the information has reached the footprint which was indicated. Thank you to our telcos. We send the SMSs using the footprint approach, where we identify the areas at risk, and anybody who has a mobile phone in that area subscribing to that network will receive that alert. So our volunteers go to sample and verify on ground. Also, most importantly, this is the time we verify our response system, which is mostly around the humanitarian service preparedness. Very localized in this case because we make sure we preposition according to the hazard needs and the locations. The next level, which is orange, again, you may want to note everything is centered around the KMSA information. This time, any reports of 35 to 50 millimeters of reported rain and commensurate river level readings, which is around 3.5 to 4.5, we consider this as orange or alert for us to do the final preparations to respond to the flooding in those areas. And this is the time then we, besides supporting the communities to be able to activate any localized actions, we also ensure a readiness of prepositioned materials, including even cash, where we need to use cash to support. But this is the time also working with the local authorities and community. We activate county EOCs so that they can now monitor the progress of this emergency, which is the flooding in this case. And then we continue interacting with the communities through, of course, meetings and other approaches. Note that this is the time, again, you may find communities in evacuation centers having done an early actions to move before the situation deteriorates further. So upon receiving again KMSA advisory that we have now rains over 50 millimeters, corroborating it with our river level monitoring over 4.1, 4.5, then we say this is now a flooding situation. We are at impact situation, so we take response actions. And these response actions, we support community to access this information again through SMSs, alerts, and these alerts now informs that we are in a flood situations. You need either to move to safer areas or you need to take the agreed response actions so that we may reduce again the impact. This is mostly for the communities, the population members who have not taken any early actions or anticipatory actions to move to areas which they are less exposed to the flooding impacts. This is when we find the communities in the evacuation areas which we consider now safe after the initial analysis and assessment. And this is, we consider this a response situation, and with the commensurate implementation of the required humanitarian interventions, because we are now in a disaster situation. Now, all this where we get, or rather we ensure effective dissemination, or the communities have effective interaction with the communities, there's a lot of reduction of the effects of the flooding, because the risks and the impacts are analyzed and the appropriate actions to lessen the impacts are activated at this point. Most importantly, to note that most of the communities are very vulnerable, because we know our country, by the time a certain segment of the population settles in these marginal high-risk areas, they are very vulnerable. And in most cases, they don't have any alternative forms of support, including shelter, including food, health, and all that, as they move further away from the normal health facilities. So the whole situation is compounded. So that is why it is very important now to focus the community support in this response. But over time, since the inception of implementing anticipatory actions in the country, we have seen less and less population who are in need of response support or support during the response period because of the awareness around anticipatory action or early actions for that matter. All this is enabled by working with the KMSA information from predictions, from forecasts, from advisories, and of course, collaborative interpretation of all this information with KMSA and communities and of course the authorities to inform the necessary actions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that presentations. We have heard from Mr. Dingila how Kenya Red Cross consumes the forecast and the actions that they undertake in the community. He has highlighted to us the steps they take after they receive the rainfall advisory. They have an emergency operations center where they do the impact analysis. They develop the triggers, that is using the common alert protocols. They have a dissemination network and also verification. And he has told us what they intend to do for the OND 2026 forecast. Before the floods, during the floods, and after the floods. And also he has given us the action triggers for the yellow, orange, and the red. For yellow, the precipitation they normally target, if we have advised them that there'll be 20 to 35, there's the 3-meter river level. Then from, for orange is 35 to 50. And over 50 millimeters, that is the red, that's when they act or respond. Do we have any questions for our presenter?
Yeah, thank you very much to the presenter for explaining to us how you do anticipatory reaction through the forecast that you receive from KMD. I just have one question. My name is Daniel Kangogo from WFP, and I just had one question on your trigger, and I was curious to understand how you do it because you mentioned that you watch the millimeters of rainfall that is falling probably in that location. But I'm curious about the rain that is falling elsewhere and would be flowing into that area. But also there's a consideration of the dams that are located along the basin. So how do you bring those to play? Because I guess they have an impact into how the trigger is arrived at.
Any other questions so that he can be able to respond to all of them at once? Or maybe he can respond to that as we wait for.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Daniel. Around the triggers, of course, we have indicated that the localized triggers, of course, you use the river level monitoring as the early warning systems. But for the rains which are raining elsewhere, I need you to again remember the case of the Tana Basin. The Tana River flows from Mount Kenya, of course, through Garissa. And then the floodings mostly are felt or experienced more in the Tana Basin, which is downstream. That is why, of course, working with other stakeholders, we placed the river level monitoring in Garissa. which now gives a very accurate and more scientific reading of the imminency of the flooding. Because once we see the river level has reached 4.1 meters, then it indicates that we'll have flooding in the next 72 hours downstream. Maybe you may ask around now the rains falling in the Mount Kenya highlands. This is why, again, we read the rains report, as I indicated, I think the 20 to 30 millimeters initially, the rains which KMSA shares, because the rains observed mostly in 24-hour leaps. Then that can tell us this rain, even if maybe the river level in Garissa has not reached, it's around 3.8, but with that rain, it's likely going to reach. So it can start also informing us to trigger the different, or rather the various and commensurate actions, both for us to support the community, but also within the community themselves. Thank you for bringing dams into the conversation. The dams, the aspect of dams is in two approaches. One is about looking at the dams as a potential hazard. We discussed yesterday with the water discussion group that previously we had not mapped well the dams, the small dams, especially in private farms, and which led to a loss of lives in some other areas. I think most of us remember Solai, and also there are some other dams like in Narok, we lost 7 people. The Solai one, we lost 47 people. And there's also one in Makueni, I think we lost 1 or 2 people. Now, these dams, yes, it is necessary to monitor them from that aspect. And of course, there's the line ministry, which is expected to do the inventory and tell us which dams are more at risk, so that we can either now jump in and ensure the link with the community, either around building awareness and supporting the early actions. The second one is the dams which, when they overflow, they feed into the rivers and which result into flooding. I believe Dan was looking towards that. We work with the mandated agencies, for example, the KenGen, which gives us the status and the analysis of the water, either the inlet and the outflow of the waters, and they tell us also the rates of the outflow, the imminency of the spillovers, so that that can also inform the early actions, because a certain rate of discharge is like also reading the amount of rains from KMSA, because that rate of discharge means the river level, we expect this much, and ultimately maybe flooding downstream. So we monitor also the dams using those mandated organizations.
Maybe we'll have to stop there. In case you have any further questions, you can still interact with Mr. Ndingila during tea. We are breaking for tea for about 20 minutes. Then when we come back, we'll resume with the 3 presentations which are remaining. We have a presentation from FAO Tunza project. There is another presentation from World Food Program, and the last one from the youth-led organization, the youth organization from Baringo. Thank you. We can break for tea.
As we break for tea, the hotel requests that you ensure that you are on this all through as you go for tea and also for lunch, please. Thank you.
You're such a rush, my baby, slow down, come find your love. I'm hoping you see me, come serve it up. Loving when you stir it up, that body belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I can't hide. You're feeling up my mind, and I just don't know why. I just don't know why.
Okay, welcome back. Welcome back from tea break. The ones who are outside, please welcome back. Our next presenter, our next presentation is from Food and Agriculture Organization, Tunza Project, by Madam Catherine Ndumbi. You are welcome. WFP will follow next. That is the presentation which will be made by Dr. Daniel Kagongo. And then the last one is by the youth-led organization.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Dube Catherine. I'm representing Food Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, Tunza Project. It is my pleasure to be with you this morning to be able to discuss the initiative as Tunza Project that are strengthening the climate information services, dissemination to the last mile, up to the farmer level. As the old adage goes, failure to plan is planning to fail. I'm very happy for this platform and this forum because it is giving us the opportunity to be able to lay strategies that can be able to support our communities, to be able to maximize and make full utilization of the forecast, the OND seasonal forecast, and also to be able to come out with mitigation measures in case of adversities. In Tunza, the plan can only be successful if it is able to reach the ears and the hearts of the farmer. We appreciate the KMD and the partners for the very timely forecast they are producing. However, a forecast can only be effective if the farmers can be able to get it in terms of advisory, in actionable items, not only as data, but they can be able to derive decisions from it. In the next few minutes, I'm going to take you through what Tunza project is doing to strengthen preparedness of the farmers at the onset of El Nino. I come from Food Agriculture Organization, as I indicated. This is a specialized agency of the UN which helps fight hunger globally. The FAO mandate is to achieve food security by making sure that people have access to enough high quality food and they can be able to lead an active and healthy life. We align our programming in regards to the country development agenda, that is the Vision 2030, and also tie it up with the bottom-up economic transformation agenda through the implementation, through the country programming framework. And for the year 2022 up to 2026, we have a strategic plan that is guiding the country programming framework. And there are 4 betters that we aim to achieve through that period. 1 is better production. 2nd, better nutrition. 3rd, better environment. And eventually, better life. I'll speak a little about the project that has brought me on board and to this table. Tunza project. Its official project title is Transforming Livelihood Through Climate Resilient, Low Carbon, Sustainable Agriculture Value Chains in the Lake Region Economic Bloc. This is an initiative that has been funded by the Green Climate Fund together with other funders, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Denmark, Food Agriculture Organization, and the government of Kenya through the Treasury. We have 6 core value chains that we are promoting: tea, coffee, Africa leafy vegetables, fruit trees, poultry, and dairy. And what brings me to this forum is component 1 of that project, which aims to strengthen public agroclimate services to support farmer-led adaptation and mitigation actions. We want to see farmers benefit from climate information to be able to make decisions that can be able to help them to become high productive and also to improve their livelihood. We work in the Lake Region Economic Bloc, and this is a major food basket for Kenya. So it is of high interest to us. And if you look at it, it constitutes of 3 regions: the Western region, Rift Valley, and Nyanza region. Is highly populated, which is a driver to climate change. The Lake Victoria Basin accommodates at least 30% of the population, of Kenya population. And this high population has led to increased demand for food. Despite being a food basket for Kenya, this has led to increased surge for food demand, and also it has accelerated the need to expand the production area or to utilize the land more oftenly. This has further led to increased systemic vulnerability due to the pressure on the land. And therefore, due to self-degradation and the climate shocks, the region has not been left behind. We are talking about 14 counties, right from Bomet all the way to Uasin Gishu. So why is climate information, why does it matter to us? especially during this October, November, December season. It matters because Arab continues to face climate risk, majority of them being erratic rainfall pattern, heat and cold stress, hailstorms, floods risk, drought, pests and diseases, parasitic weeds, heat stress, and extended dry spells. And farmers in this region remain highly dependent on rain-fed agriculture. Therefore, this movement is very precious for the farming households within the region, and therefore it calls for timely, actionable climate information for them to be able to make decisions. We have already indicated that planning comes in handy. And therefore, for the farmers to be prepared, this needs to start with access to reliable and timely climate information. So how does Tunza move from forecast to farmer action? We are working with partners. We don't work in isolation. And more especially, we are trying to strengthen the county framework, working with stakeholders who are in the farming industry, and also working with the climate information service provider, KMD, and partners, so that the seasonal forecast, the sub-seasonal forecasts, and weather advisories that they provide can be cascaded all the way to the last mile users, who are the farmers. And for us, it's not business as usual. It's not just data, but it is advisory that a farmer can be able to relate with, information that can be able to guide their next steps, their next move, their next farming activity, when to plant, what to plant, and probably for how long will they be able to have the rains or extended drought spells. How can they be able to manage and control diseases and also manage their livestock? So through the continuum which has been depicted there, once we receive the climate information, we'll work with stakeholders to ensure there is co-production, such that the data and information we receive from the producers can be made into advisories, so that it can be packaged as an extension message. A message that a farmer can be able to make the next step. So we want to move climate information to actionable knowledge, which will support definitely decision support at the farm level. We are also working to ensure that this data we receive can be interpreted, can be cascaded and localized up to the world level where we are working with the farmers. We will disseminate through our various channels to the farmers so that they can be able to get it with ease and in a timely manner. Once they receive this information, it's expected that through farm level adaptation decisions, that they'll be able to increase their productivity. Over and above that, we want to integrate a feedback mechanism. It's not only the KMD giving their information to the farmers. We need the farmers also to give feedback to KMD and other producers and intermediaries on how they were able to use the forecast, if there were any emerging risk within the region, the accuracy of the advisory that has been provided, the effectiveness of the communication method that were used, and also how it aligns with the indigenous knowledge that they have within the community. We believe this will be very important because it will be able to promote trust, and it will also be able to help continuous improvement even of the information that will be received in the future. I'll speak about the approach that we are using to strengthen the O&D preparedness. And as I have indicated, we are working with partners. The first speaker from Aim for Scale indicated of a pilot that is ongoing from September. We are part of that, and we hope to be one of the intermediary organizations that will be disseminating the climate information and the forecast to the farmers. How prepared are we for this? We have worked with the counties to strengthen the institution preparedness, specifically within the LREB regions. We have prepared county climate information forums through technical working groups. Through the multi-stakeholder collaboration platforms, we have already had engagement with them, following a study that we had to identify the gaps that exist within the climate information services, and also trying to integrate the same with agriculture extension system. So this is already in place. We'll just plug into the same when we receive this forecast. It's through the very same platform that we'll use to have participatory scenario planning meeting. This will be very useful so that we can be able to digest the forecast that will be provided in this forum, break it down into actions so that then it can be disseminated by the various stakeholders directly to the farmers. We are also into digital climate advisory services, DCAS. And under these, we are working very closely again with KEMSA and for Scale and KEMSA, and Alliance Biodiversity, CIAT, in capacity building of trainers, which has already happened. 56 in number has been achieved within the LREB. And training of frontline extension officers on interpretation of agroclimate information. This is happening last week and in course of this week. This is aimed to help in translation of climate forecast into advisories. This will help the frontline extension officers to be able to make the technical information simplified in a language a farmer may be able to understand. They will also be able to localize recommendations and support last mile dissemination. Over and above that, at our component 3 of Tunza project, we are working very closely with farmers to transform their value chains into low carbon, sustainable agriculture practices through introduction of climate smart agriculture practices. We have trainers of farmers and facilitators that are working with over 1,000 farmer groups within the region, whereby we'll use it as an avenue for disseminating technologies that farmers can be able to employ. Technologies that are climate resilient, technologies that are climate smart. And also, the farmers can be able to further digest the climate information at the farm level. This will be a very useful platform because those groups are very active and they meet on a weekly basis. Therefore, this forecast is very timely because as soon as it is released today, tomorrow and the day after, the farmers can start digesting the same and putting mechanisms and actions that they can be able to employ to make them resilient. Another initiative we have is building a agroclimatic information management system, which will help to integrate data with the KMD system. KEMSA is going to provide an API which will channel data directly into our system so that we can be able to develop advisory and disseminate that climate information through multi-channels. We have a database of farmers with their contacts ready, consent signed, and therefore, through SMSs, the different WhatsApp groups that has been created, and we want to further this into IVR and also to other mechanisms that we can be able to reach farmers. The climate information management system will also be useful in terms of ensuring there is feedback collection from the farmers on how they use the climate information, the accuracy, the timeliness of the data, and therefore we can be able to track how many farmers have been able to utilize this information, how. We are going to look into top-down flow and bottom-up flow, whereby for every data we receive from KMD and is transited to the field, we are able to have enhanced advisory for accuracy, to have improved communication effectiveness, and be able to have a trust-building mechanism. The data received from the field to KMD will be able to integrate indigenous knowledge and real-time reporting on the forecast usability, and also ground truthing in terms of the emerging risk or impacts that the forecast has, the climate information has created within the region. It is my hope that as we proceed with this forum, that our farmers is going to benefit from the discussion that we are making here. And we are there to assure you that the farmers within the RIC region economic bloc are at the front line and will be able to receive this information in a timely and effective manner. Thank you, and we look forward to engaging further.
Thank you, Madam Catherine, for that presentations. The floor is open for questions from for our presenter. Any questions or comments?
Any question for?
Yeah, thank you, Catherine, for that interesting initiative. Just quick checks that one, whether the initiative is planning to understand these farmers as not generic, I mean not uniform, whether you plan to sort of try to, understand them from a fragmented, fragmented, depending on their different circumstances. Number two, I was wondering whether you have some headline numbers on maybe the baseline levels in terms of uptake of advisories, climate-informed advisories. Do you have some numbers that can tell us how the situation is?
Thank you very much. We appreciate the diverse nature of our farmers, especially being smallholder farmers. And irrespective of the priority value chains that we have indicated that we are focusing on, we appreciate that the kind of information that we give them should be able to speak to what they need. And we have already conducted a study in terms of the gaps that exist within the ecosystem. And we have done a need assessment for each particular category of the farmers that we are working with. They have a dedicated trainer, a facilitator, who is going to work with them. And this facilitator has also been trained on being able to interpret the climate information and to turn it into advisory. We therefore believe that during their interaction that they can be able to benefit from the climate information that is delivered at the farm level. In terms of baseline data, I may not speak of a number right now, but at the end of the project, we hope to be reaching 146,000 smallholder farmers, some through groups and others through cooperatives. We can catch up on the baseline.
Any other question? Maybe we move to the next. We move to the next presenter from the World Food Programme, Dr. Daniel Kagongo.
Good morning. Good morning. As it has been introduced, my name is Daniel Kangogo from World Food Programme, and I will present to you what we do in terms of partnerships that we have with the KMD. And basically, before I start, at World Food Programme, our mission is really saving lives and changing lives. And to do this, we need data and we need focus. We need to determine when do we need to start changing lives, but then when do we need also to do our saving lives initiative. So this is what I'm going to be discussing briefly on a very high level. And basically, we use the forecast, we disseminate, and then we take action. So for us, I will more especially look at our saving lives initiatives, which is really, we do this through anticipatory action work that we do. And I think that this has been discussed extensively from my colleague from, Kenya Red Cross. So we look at this partnership in a 4-pillar partnership approach, and where we look at the last mile climate information dissemination. That's one of the pillars that we look at, anticipatory action work. And then, of course, convening dialogues, such as these ones, where stakeholders come here to discuss and then disseminate. And then, of course, we collaborate in projects. For the first one, in terms of from the forecast to the farmer, what do we actually do? So maybe to start with, again, at World Food Programme, we focus mainly to the areas where Unfortunately, in this session, it hasn't been discussed as much, and that is the assaults of this country. So a lot of times we have heard people talk about farmers in the rift, farmers in the islands, but then there is a forgotten group of people also, which are pastoralists and agro-pastoralists that need this information very much. You can imagine a farmer in Mandera who wants to find out where pasture would be. What information will they use? And then if we don't have such forecast to tell us where they would find this pasture or fodder, then we have a problem in that part of the country. So of course we rely heavily on KMD for the forecast, and then we do the tailoring and deliver them to those who need it the most, and these are the pastoralists and agro-pastoral communities. And then we use different channels. I know it has been discussed a lot, different channels, radios, we have SMSs, but we also use one of the approaches where we use the farmer survey center approach. These are actually farmers or agribusiness who are in touch with their community, so that our last mile delivery mechanism that we make use in this approach. And then this has been discussed extensively with my colleague again on anticipatory reaction and how we look at, for us at WFP and as a humanitarian organization, that we would know, all of us, that the humanitarian funding is increasingly reducing. By far, it's really reducing in terms of how much we can use for humanitarian support. And with that, then we thought of why not make use of information that we have beforehand? Because evidence has shown us that if you act before an hazard, you're going to reduce the costs of recovering or the cost of humanitarian support that you'll need to do. So that's how we come in to say, if we have a forecast, credible forecast that we all get from KMD, and we can make informed decisions before that impact actually happens, then the cost of the impact will be reduced, and we will be able to save lives and, of course, save livelihoods. So how we work with KMD on this is we develop together jointly. We develop anticipatory reaction work plans or plans, and KMD has been a very trusted partner in terms of developing the triggers and thresholds. So we discussed a lot about when do we need to act, and without data, accurate data that tells us when to act, again, KMD forecast helps us a lot to monitor these seasons, and then we depend on them also. Whenever the triggers and threshold are reached, then they give us that signal that they have been reached, and then we will activate our actions that we would have developed with communities. So, and we do this for both hazards. I know that this time we are talking about the OND with the potential of El Nino being discussed here. So happy to let this congregation hear that we have been able to develop an anticipatory reaction plan for the. Of course, we also do work on droughts, and again, we have been able, together with KMD, develop the anticipatory reaction plans for droughts in Marsabit, Wajir, Garissa, and Tana River counties. And we continue building on this work, and this stems from the work that we do with other partners along the Kenya anticipatory reaction roadmap, which defines how we need to move away from actually reactive approaches to hazards rather and moving towards a proactive approach to hazards. And again, of course, like I mentioned, season ahead of us look like, what are the impacts, what would we need to do in order to protect our lives and livelihoods. We also, after this, we will support also downscaling of this, so our support will not end here. We will support some of the counties actually to do PSP, where we will discuss further. So we will be supporting part of this work. And then again, we collaborate in projects, and our work is also to support what government is doing. So one of the projects are accurate and more dependable. So we support this project, which applies machine learning and AI to improve our weather and climate forecasting across the value, the science that comes from KMD, and we really depend on it for actions and for our programming. This is core to what we do, especially as we look towards El Nino. And the argument, again, as we said, we shouldn't wait until El Nino, if impacts have been felt, before we act. If we know beforehand that El Nino is coming, why not take some actions at this point, at the point before we feel the impacts. And of course, what we do is deliver to the last mile, ensure that the communities at the last mile receive this climate information and not only receive, but also act on them, because again, information is as good as delivered, but if it's not actually utilized, then it still remains as information if actions are not taken into account. So I guess that's basically it about us, and we thank you so much.
Thank you for that presentation from WFP. We have heard that whatever they do, they just do, they concentrate on the last mile. They receive the forecast, then they act on the forecast. Do you have any questions for him? Questions? Any questions? If there are no questions, then maybe we move on to the last. We have that last presentation from the youth-led organization from Baringo. The presentation is being made by Madam Joanita Mudambo.
Okay, all the protocols observed, good morning. Good to see you all. I remember the last time when I was presenting on behalf of communities and vulnerable groups. There is an African proverb that I said, and most of you really laughed about it. Do you remember it? Do you really remember it? Okay. I remember saying, when you see a beautiful girl and you don't say anything, you might end up fetching water during her wedding. When I went to Baringo, I didn't see a beautiful girl. I saw a handsome man, per se. Yeah. As you can see there, this is Barikaure Initiative. I'm going to present on their behalf. I'm Joanita Tumaini. I'm also a lead consultant licensed by NEMA. And for Barikorea Initiative, I'm standing in as the CEO and also the founder of this initiative. This initiative began as a community-driven initiative in Baringo. At that time, I was supporting a restoration project. And then I just realized that restoration and also livelihood, they usually go hand in hand. As you can see in that photo, that is Zejona Katich. They are actually some of the farmers that really inspired me to start Barikaurea. Because when we were doing restoration, I just came to realize that you can support a farmer with 3 seedlings. You can train them on doing FMNR, that is the farmer managed natural regeneration. But at the same time, that farmer might not be able to sustain their livelihoods in terms of providing for their families and also facilitating their needs in educating their children. That's why we came up with this initiative. I'm not doing it alone. We have quite a number of founding directors that we've been working with. Even there is one who is here. Maybe I can just acknowledge him. Mr. Komunga, maybe you can just say hi too. Yes. We are also working with another one. He's not around, but let me acknowledge him. From the Kenya Met Department, Mr. Adegu David. Yeah. He's also one of our founding directors and also our advisors in running this initiative. We are working in 2 sub-counties in Baringo, the Mogotio sub-county, and also Baringo South. We have not measured a lot in working with the Baringo North because it's highland, and they're doing so well, but some parts of Baringo South and Mogotia, it's a lowland area and also very dry. You all know Baringo is an ASA. So that is where we are working. We are working with vulnerable groups under this program called Vulnerable Groups Environmental and Livelihood Restoration Program, whereby we have already mapped farmers across 15 CBOs. And through the CBOs, under the CBOs, we also have farmer groups, around 175 farmer groups. And then through the farmer groups, we are able to identify the vulnerable ones, the ones that we are working with now, including Mr. Katich, the one that is in the photo there. So our main focus in Barikorea, we started as an initiative, but we are now building it into an environmental organization. And our focus is on environmental restoration. We are on restoration, we are focused much on FMNR. That is the farmer managed natural regeneration. Growing a tree in Baringo in an ASAL area, basically it's very, very difficult to grow a tree. But we are really encouraging them to manage the natural ones. Yeah, the acacia species, the terminalia tree species, the xanthosylum, among others. So that is also our main focus. We do the FPICs, the community engagement trainings. We are also training them on the conservation techniques in terms of the water conservation. And these approaches have really improved on matters, climate resilience and also adaptation. On climate smart and sustainable livelihoods, we are encouraging them on the climate smart practices. One of the support that we've given those are the vulnerable groups that we are working with. We've been able to issue them with groundnut seeds. And in growing them, we really encourage the use of manure as part of the climate smart practices that we've put in place, the water conservation techniques. We've guided them on so many issues on matters post-harvest handling, to work on the issue of aflatoxin, among others. And on inclusive community development, we have really focused much on inclusion across the whole value chains, starting from support, the way we are supporting them from the local level. The people, the vulnerable groups, our main groups that we are supporting are the vulnerable groups, the women, the youths, and even the PWDs. Actually, in this VIGA program, we have been getting a lot of support, even from the well-wisher. There is one well-wisher who was supported, who, when we started, supported us with 200 beehives. We were able to support those groups. We identified the very vulnerable ones, including these Mzee, as you can see there. Yeah, we have been supporting them, giving them the beehives, groundnut seeds, bean seeds, and also grass seeds. At the same time, we are also sourcing products from them, including the honey. So there is inclusive community development, and in our value chain, our main suppliers are the women, the PWDs. In marketing, we have so many youths who are supporting us in doing exhibitions. Even as I'm standing here, there are some group of youth that are doing exhibitions at the DRS program is our flagship program. That is the Vulnerable Groups Environmental and Livelihood Restoration Program, which is running through across 2 sub-counties, that is Mogotio and also Baringo South. Yes. Basically, in Bariko Aurea, we are trying to say environmental restoration must go hand in hand with livelihood restoration. Communities in ourselves, as you all know, they usually face a lot of interconnected challenges on climate variability and climate shocks, land degradation. More so in Baringo, cannot sustainably restore the environment when their livelihoods remain vulnerable. I'm trying, in a layman's language, what I'm trying to say is, how can you tell a farmer to restore land when that farmer is not even able to afford a meal, when that farmer doesn't have a source of income, when that farmer is not even able to educate their children? That's why we came up with this initiative. We support those vulnerable groups in terms of supporting them with beehives, groundnut seeds, empowering them, training them, guiding them on the bee farming, beehive management, post-harvest handling, and also at the same time we source from them, because they usually have an issue with market access challenge. Most of the vulnerable groups that we are supporting, they are in very remote region. And I imagine you are that farmer who is in very remote. There are so many middlemen, yeah? They can really manipulate you to the core. They can come and tell you that 5 liters of honey, I'll take it at 2,000. Will it be able to support that farmer really? Will it? No. That is why as an initiative we decided we will also be sourcing from them. At first we also encountered a few challenges in terms of adulteration, whereby some farmers, you know, anytime these farmers, they are also sometimes very difficult to handle. When they see an opportunity, they also create another one. Yeah, so we encountered a challenge on adulteration, whereby when we were Soul Hub in Marigat, and here in Nairobi, we also have a store. We test the products first before we just started. Yeah. So I've talked about livelihood insecurity, limited market opportunities, and also there is exclusion of women, youth, and persons with disabilities, more so in so many programs that are being carried out in Asals of Baringo. That is why we came up with Bariko Aurea to empower the vulnerable groups, to ensure that in climate action, we are not leaving any vulnerable farmer behind. Yes. As you can see in the photo, oh, sorry, it's not visible. Thank you. That is one of our products. That is the pure honey that we usually process in the initiative. We have quite a number of products. In terms of market access, we have also started partnering with hotels. One of them is the Brimac Hotel, the Whispering Dove. We are still looking for more collaborations with hotels whereby we usually supply in large quantities. We are also marketing the products through exhibitions. This week we are in the Directorate of Resource Surveys and Remote Sensing. We have also finalized our collaboration with NEMA. We'll be doing exhibition there next week to ensure that these products are moving and we keep on supporting the community. The profits that we get, we are also still supporting the same community through continuing issuing them with beehives, groundnut seeds, grass seeds, on trainings, among others. Yes. And also on climate information. We are working in close collaboration with the County Director of Meteorology in terms of ensuring that they get those seasonal advisories on time, because 375 households, and we are already engaging 15 CBOs, that is 10 in Baringo South, 10 in Mogotio, and also 5 in Baringo South. We also have now 175 farmer groups mapped through our database that we have. Yes, these networks have really provided a foundation for implementing and scaling the VIGA program. And our focus is environmental restoration, as I've just said, climate resilience and information, the inclusivity of the women, the youth, persons with disability, and also the climate smart livelihoods. Yes. Our pathway starts from the climate information, the seasonal advisories that we get, then to community action in terms of, for one of our major area, that is the support on the groundnuts growing. They usually look at those advisories before they start the planting periods, and also environmental and livelihood restoration. That is why we are also doing resilience very well. Okay, let me talk a bit about our flagship program, that is the VIGA program, the Vulnerable Groups Environmental and Livelihood Restoration Program. VIGA brings together 4 interconnected areas. That is one, the environment. I've talked about the FMNR, the Farmer Managed Natural Regeneration. Yes, we are really encouraging more on that, because growing a tree in an arsal area, it's very difficult. But managing the one that has regenerated itself, it's very, very possible. As they manage them, they can even use the fodder, for example, a tree like Terminalia, the one that we have in Baringo, and the acacias. They can feed their goats during drought as they prune them. Yes, that is what we call FMNR. Conservation, biodiversity, on matters environment. We are also looking at climate, that is the climate information, adaptation, preparedness, and also as building resilience. On livelihoods, we are, I've already talked about supporting their livelihoods through issuing beehives, groundnut seeds, grass seeds, bean seeds, and then also sourcing from them. We are also doing value addition. Now we have, on value addition, we have started processing peanut butter. We are also doing dried mangoes. Yes. We, for the mangoes, the dried mangoes, they usually have a longer shelf life than the one that has just riped. They usually undergo a lot of perishability. That's why we are also focusing on that, to lengthen the shelf life, so that we can also access more markets and also expand the market access systems that we are putting in place. On inclusivity, our women are our main suppliers. PWDs are also our main suppliers. The youths are supporting us in doing exhibitions. We have 2 youths who are our program assistants. We also have others who are our sales agents, our marketers. Most of them are our youths, because they are very energetic and very passionate. Yes. Our goal is to ensure that vulnerable communities are able to use environment and climate opportunities to build more secure and resilient livelihoods. As I finalize, I would love to call for collaboration as we are transitioning. We have been running as an initiative, but we have started transitioning to an environmental organization. We invite collaboration with government institutions, research and knowledge institutions, NGOs and development partners, private sectors, community organizations, and we are seeking partnerships on various aspects on climate information, research, technical support, capacity building, environmental programs, markets, innovations, and also resource mobilization. We are not just thinking about Baringo alone. In future, we are hoping to move to other ASAL regions and even go regional, whereby we can also go and map farmers in Malawi, support them, identify their livelihood, bring products from Malawi. Yeah, that is our goal in future. Our aspiration, climate information that reaches communities, environment action that restores ecosystems, livelihoods that strengthen the resilience, and lastly, that is our email, barikaurea.initiative@gmail.com. You can reach out to us. You will also have an opportunity to test some of our products today, including the dried mangoes. Are you happy now? Sawa sawa. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that presentation. I've been told that there are some questions online. I don't know.
Yeah, we have two questions online. The first question is from Tufa. Is asking on the participatory scenario planning production at the county level, does WFP support all counties, or what criteria do they use on selecting the counties? This is the question to Dr. Daniel. The second question is from Mutua Mueni. Is asking, based on the Kenya Met Service Authority forecast, incredible scientific work by partners, agents, and the ramping up of the community engagement, what's the level of disaster preparedness across the country, and what gaps need to be addressed before October rains commence, as Dr. Daniel has stated, anticipatory is only as good action it triggers. The last one, so that is the question maybe to Met. The last question is from Hali. A gentleman has asked whether the integrity of the existing dams has been looked at and how the overflowing of dams will be addressed with the predicted El Nino rains. Maybe this is the question to Kenya Red Cross Society. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. The overflow of dams, as I indicated in my earlier presentation, first of all, there is the risk mapping aspect around these dams. We are in the process, of course, working with the line ministry to map the dams and their levels of risk. And this risk is around overflow. And the other related integrity issues. So this is to identify if there are any dams which are at risk of becoming a disaster by themselves. The second one is around the overflow and this overflow resulting into a flooding situation downstream. This, we have already a mapping of the major dams, and with this, there is collaboration with KenGen and the other relevant authorities to be able to provide adequate and timely early warning for the communities at risk. And we have been able to succeed before, especially in the main Tana River basin, which is fed by the dams, including the Seven Forks dams. So yes, we have, of course, taken into consideration these dams from those two perspectives. Thank you.
I'm trying to respond to a question from Alexander on PSP support. I mean, of course, as I said in my presentation, we are in the assaults largely, and we will support PSPs. But again, we will not support fully the PSPs. We will contribute, probably that could be the clarification that I need to make. So, of course, as a county, you need to have funds to support your AA, not AA, sorry, PSPs, and then we will come and support you. So we support what the government is doing. So in terms of which counties, we prioritize the counties that we work with. But of course, based on the forecast, as we know now, floods would be the eventuality of this season. We will prioritize the counties that are more likely to be affected by the floods. I hope that answers.
Okay, thank you for that. We have ate into the time that is allocated for the next session. That is the panel discussion. Maybe I hand over my moderation to Patricia.
Thank you very much, Bwana. And to usher us to the next session, I think we need an icebreaker. It feels a little like we are disconnected from the front here. And so to give us this icebreaker, please.
Thanks. Hello? Hello? Yeah, we have had speakers around and they've had the time to speak to us, but I've not had a good clap. So I'm a fan of the old Moi clap. So we'll do 6 good claps of the Moi era. Can someone demonstrate us, please, how we were doing it? 1, 2, 3. Like that, right? Okay, so we'll do several of them, eh? So I'll be the one to stop it. So let's go. Ngoja. Some of us are not clapping, really. Those guys did a lot of work to present those things that they did. It takes so much work to stand up there, to do the representation. So please, let's appreciate them. So let's begin, all of us. Funga. Fungua. Good. So I will wish that all of us to stand up a bit so that we can maybe stretch. Stretch in your ways. If you usually stretch with your legs first, and then you stretch with your hands, it's okay. Stretch as much as you can. Please stretch. Those who are seated, please. Stretch. Yeah, the coming session shouldn't be boring, so it needs all your attention. Yeah. So I will ask you to line yourself as you're seated in the row that you are. This table can combine with this table in a row. Yes, the other one. Let's have rows. clear rows like the maize rows in Kitale. Rows, rows, rows. Back there, I can see, I'm tall, so I can see that row is not well defined, please. Let's be in rows. Yeah, not a circle, not a... Closer, closer, closer. It should be a complete row. This one is a discontinued line. Thank you. Hey, you listen to instructions so well. That's why we went to school. Thank you. So, I'm tall enough, but I can stand here. So now that we are in rows, I hope we know, no, this one doesn't mean what is going on right now in the country. Eh? So when I ask you number one, you do number one. It doesn't mean anything, okay? And then when I tell you two, you should place your palm on your colleague's finger, okay? So one, in your right hand should be the number one. Yes, as I've said, and I'm very categorical, it doesn't represent anything that's going on. Okay, I should not be quoted anywhere. I'm too small and too young. I've not finished giving birth. Okay, so number two, you place it on your friend's palm, like this. Left, yes. Yeah, so it forms a complete loop. Eh? Yes, so you can space up if you feel that you're doing like this. You don't need to fly. Yeah, please space up if you feel that you're too much crowded. And then when I say three, grab, okay? When I say three, you should grab your friend's finger, but he or she should not want her finger to be grabbed, okay? You should try so much your finger not to be grabbed when I say three, okay? So let's begin just a trisex. One, on your right finger is number one. Drop the arm. Yeah, okay. Number one is only your right finger is up. Number two, you place your hand, yes, like that. So at every point, you should be like this, okay? Okay? I'm seeing others are like this. You are two, not the other one. Okay. So, and when I will say three. Please try to grab your friend's finger, okay? Let's do it, eh? Until I say it, eh? Three. Good, you're good students. Let's go. You guys are good students. Drop your hands. Zero is zero. Zero is no hand. Eh? Zero is no hands. Okay, one. One is just one finger. I'm seeing others doing like this. One is only this. Two. One. Drop your. When I say one, you drop the palm. Eh? Okay. When I say one, you drop the palm. When I say two, you place it. Okay. So one. Two. Three. There are people who are slow. Please forgive them. They might be slow, but they are fast. Let's do another one, because this one, we've not started. So now everyone is alert. Let's do one. A good one. Just a good one. An easy one. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you so much. Let's clap.
Thank you very much, Baraza, for that icebreaker. I think we're now energized enough. Yeah. And just to mention that this is the only panel session for this entire NCOF, so I have a very kind request. If you're able to close your laptop for just the duration of this panel, I think it will be fantastic. So we'll have a plenary here where we'll discuss how to move forecasts into looking at potential impacts and then looking at what people can be able to do in various sectors. We'll take just a few minutes because we are headed towards lunch and then see what insights we can gain from that. So the main aim of this session is to, how do we move a forecast from forecast to understanding the potential impacts? How do we then design decisions? And ultimately, how do we then bring in early action? To help me have this discussion, I have a panel, and I'd like to invite them to take their seats here. So the first person is John Mutua from ILRI. If you can please make your way here, and if you can clap for them as they make their way, that would be useful. Then we have Joe Mbaru from the Kenya Red Cross. Please, you're welcome. Geoffrey Wanjala from Cereal Growers Association. And then the only lady on the panel, Judith Akolo from Media and Communication. And finally, from Government Planning and Financing, from the National Treasury, David Waga. You're welcome. Do we have additional microphones for the panelists? So we've all had, or rather we've seen what the forecast has, is what the outlook looks like and what it indicates. But we all know that a forecast on its own cannot protect a farmer or a livestock keeper or a vulnerable household. So in this session, we want to explore what the value, or how do we make climate information more valuable? When can we make it available so that people can make better decisions at the right time and when they still have the means to act? So to start us off, I'd like to ask John, from the livestock perspective and from pastoral systems. You can pass the microphone down. So John, from the livestock and pastoral systems perspectives, how can OND 2026 forecast and impact-based early warning be translated into practical decisions that will help livestock keeping communities to prepare ahead of the potential climate impacts?
Thanks very much, Patricia, for that. My name is John Mutua. I am a fellow at the International Livestock Research Institute as part of the CGR research organizations. And we work to improve livelihoods through livestock. And I'm very much interested into this because I've just started working on a similar question, but much more on the longer time scale. But now to answer you, Patricia, pastoral, we all know that pastoral systems and as well as the livestock sector is very much impacted by shocks and also weather events. And even when you talk about the pastoral systems themselves, livelihoods are built around adaptation, I would say, because it's all about mobility, how they diversify their herds, even where can they access feed, for example. But now all this is actually shaped by climate and weather, mostly rainfall. But now there's been a disconnect between what climate science is actually giving and what NHADA, for example, in Masabit is hoping to get from such information. And when you look at pastoralists, we really need to understand the decisions they want to make. So it's all about maybe feed, it's about water, it's about diseases, it's about even when do they sell the animals. Now we are approaching OND, so more rainfall. I was in a panel yesterday, we actually seated here, and my colleague here said, even from the onset of rains, the first grass could also be harmful for livestock, which is really interesting. So both sides, more rainfall might be harmful, less rainfall might be harmful. But now, ILRI's role here is to close that gap by translating forecasts to be more user-friendly, and we're actually approaching it from a decision point, first understanding what does a pastoralist need, what decision he needs to make, then working backwards. And we are focusing much more on co-producing this, and we are working on some of those issues, even with the KMD, with KMSA, with what said I was actually mentioning and aim for scale, how can we transform O&D focus into a much more user-friendly way? And our approach is starting from the decision, coming backwards. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. May I pick up a little bit on the disconnect that you mentioned between what is provided and what the pastoralists actually need, and ask how can scientific focus be combined, for example, with pastoralists' lived experiences and their own knowledge and observations of the weather systems to ensure that they cope with whatever forecast is provided. What do you think?
Again, thanks for that. So we also see, and we've been working in those parts of the region a lot, and we see pastoralism is not very passive. They're also receiving this focus, and so they're also active in focusing themselves, right? So for example, in Ethiopia, you'd find like ranger scouting, for example. They're sending out guys to go to look for, to scout for feed. They also, I think it's called DAGU, kind of like information networks happening in Ethiopia, and also they have their own governance systems. So we go in, we try to triangulate those weather signals, even from what the focusers of indigenous knowledge systems actually saying, what the science actually saying. How can we triangulate that weather signals even before the hard movements? But then again, I want to say that ILRI is much more on co-producing this, so we're actually appreciating what the pastoralists have been doing, because even when you look at the pastoralism itself is a form of adaptation from what they're actually moving from one point to the other. So they've actually been doing this for so many years. So there's a lot to learn from them and feedback to the science that we are actually producing. Thank you.
Thank you. So there is definitely value in co-producing these advisories together with the community.
Definitely,
that way they uptake them better. Yeah. Thank you for that. Building on that, Joe, and perhaps I should mention, if any of you hear something that someone else mentions that you think you can pick up on, please feel free to do that. And moving on to Joe, if you can pass him the microphone. Once we understand the forecast and the potential impacts, how can we ensure that the voices, the needs, and vulnerabilities of communities, especially those who are most at risk, are incorporated into preparedness and anticipatory action planning?
Thank you very much. And just before I answer that, and it will be a much more easier question to answer in this 13th forecast than it was on the 12th and the ones previous to that. And the reason I'm saying that is because of thanks to a lot of the individuals sitting in this room and a few others not here, that at some point in 2025, I think it was last year, we accorded ourselves this beautiful document sitting next to me. I'm sitting in the right place, which for the first time, and I think we should be very proud of ourselves as a country and as various actors, partly helps us answer that question. And it basically provides a framework for anticipatory actions, because whether we like it or not, the national outlook and the focus is a scientific national technical document. And to transfer that into a community-owned risk management decision, then we needed to agree on how we are going to all contribute to us getting there. And this tries to do that. So I'll answer the question from the provisions of what the framework provides, which is binding all of us within the country. And the first idea around it is to make sure that then we move this technical document decision for that to become a community decision. Then we need to be able to translate that into an impact of how that will look like at the most local basic level. And we've just had my good colleague talk about the impact of that to a particular cohort that is a pastoralist community. Now we'll need to have this make sense at the community level, for the communities to be able to understand what is going to happen, who is going to be affected first, and what will the impact of that be to access to water, to livelihood, to food security, to markets. And once they do that, then move to the next level, which is then jointly sit and validate with the community leading, and that's very important, what needs to get done. Now, the second question of that is then to make sure that as that is being done on the anticipatory actions, early warning, early actions, that they, as we do this, and you've mentioned part of that in your question before, that because this is scientific, technical data, that as we do this to make sure that it is understood at the local level, that we incorporate local knowledge, because communities trust that which they understand. So we will need to have communities participate a lot more in this, so that it is not just a forum where, as we are engaging them, we are just disseminating and informing them and telling them of things that we have decided at this level, because they are the ones that get affected. And in that conversation, also in increasing participation, ask different kinds of questions. Previously, we have asked, what do you need? The questions need to change so that we are also asking, what can you do yourselves? Because there are certain things that the community can be able to do. And the better question is then, what can we do to support you be able then to respond to this hazard, especially before they happen? Because it's beyond question now that once the impact happens, we do not have the resources to be able to support all of them. So if there's anything that can be done to help them be able to deal with this, build their resilience, deal with this better, then that becomes a more important thing. So that then forms how we do this. Now, the other thing that we are going to do to make sure that this happens is to incorporate and support some accountability mechanism into these anticipatory actions. We now need to evolve beyond asking and reporting about what it is that we did, and move beyond that to asking whether those things that we did as anticipatory actions, were they the right things to do? And did they get to reach those that are the most vulnerable? What were the impacts? And very importantly, also be open enough and humble enough to ask the communities that we are doing this for, what their opinions are, whether this was actually, it makes sense, whether it actually had an impact based on them, and whether it actually did reduce the impacts of what we're talking about from the forecast. So just that in a summary, from where I stand, I feel like that then becomes the best way to be able to move this from a document that is a scientific document to moving that to actions that can be actionable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I really like that you framed your answer around the framework, because it shows that everyone has a responsibility, from the producer of the information all the way to the one using it and along the entire chain. Perhaps just a follow-up question on when we talk about communities at risk, who do we sometimes fail to see? Have you seen in your experience that we may fail to reach particular people within communities at risk?
Yes, and I'll give a very practical example of the last major flooding event. We found, and we have a mandate as a Red Cross and as in the initial fast response, and the focus were smack on point about parts of the impacts. And part of the people affected, for example, in this city were the people living in the Madari Valley informal settlements. And the automatic messaging was, move to safe places. The place where you're living right now, there's a very high chance with the current, and it happened. And this was a decision and anticipatory action that has been done, makes a lot of sense. And the community came back to us and told us, we hear you, but where exactly is this place where we move? We are living in this particular place not because we like it, we don't have a place. So then, now working with them, so those are parts of those examples. Children, women, pastoralist communities, because we also think about a lot about the agro communities, and then there's this minorities that we don't think about a lot. So part of what, again, I forgot to mention is that as we come up with this particular anticipatory actions, then it's very important to listen to these voices of these teams that are invisible as we are making the decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think also people living with disabilities in instances such as this would be highly impacted and would need specialized care.
True.
In that sense, yeah. Thank you for that perspective. I'll move on to Geoffrey now from the Cereal Growers Association, and you are representing the cereal growers and the agricultural sector. So from the perspective of cereal producers, what specific information, support mechanisms, and early actions would enable farmers to use this outlook that we're giving out to enable them to make timely decisions on, for example, planting, crop management, inputs, and to protect themselves against potential climate risks?
Yeah, thank you. So first of all, before I highlight that, I would like to maybe recall an example I got while I was an undergraduate. A student from one of the professors, he gave an example that they had observed the pigeon pieces in eastern Kenya, and they wanted to improve because the pigeon peas normally they take like 2 seasons. You plant in 1 season, then you'll harvest in the subsequent, at the end of the subsequent season. Then for that matter, to improve food security for that region, they wanted to sort of shorten the maturity period. So they came up with the shorter varieties that can mature within a season. But once they released the variety, the adoption rate was not highly taken up by the community. And when they followed up on reasons why, he said the feedback they got from the community was that the variety now, the improved varieties is now good. It matures earlier within 1 season, but unfortunately, it doesn't have adequate firewood because they need food and they also need the firewood. So from that example, just simply means that we need to have the harmony between the consumer and of course the product. So for my case, I would like to highlight maybe having the harmony between the farmer, who is the beneficiary or consumer for the weather information, and of course the source. So for KMSA, I think they have done their role in terms of downscaling the information all the way from WMO to the village level. But now where they need support is how can we as stakeholders ensure that this information is being disseminated to the last mile, that is to the smallholder farmer and other beneficiaries in that case. But as this information lands to the last mile, it should be customized and also actionable. So for this case means that we need to understand who is this farmer? Because for now we have heard from the forecast is that we are going to have good rainfall, of course, maybe above average in most of the counties. But now that information is, when you dissect the various regions around the country, we have the regions like North Rift, we have regions like the Eastern region, and also the ASALs. What does this information mean for a farmer in North Rift, a farmer in Eastern Kenya, and a farmer in ASALs? So we need to understand the Wanjiku in this case. Who's this Wanjiku? What does Wanjiku do in terms of economic activities? Which crop do they grow? Which season? When does their land preparation start? So that will now guide us in terms of, if we were to disseminate this information, when is this information supposed to be disseminated? In format, does this Wanjiku understand this information? Then we also need to understand around Wanjiku, do we have other entities or support agents who can also ensure that this information is even further communicated in a language that they can be able to understand? And that's where now we have the farmer engagement models like the farmer service centers that my colleague from WFP was mentioning. And this one emulates what we have in the Ministry of Health, the community health promoters. And also even when you look at the Ministry of Interior, they have proper structures up to the Nyumba Kumi level. So for the Ministry of Agriculture, we don't have these structures. And that's why I think through the NAFCDB program, the ministry is trying to come up with what we call the rural agripreneurs. So for CGA, we have the Farmer Service Center model, but we also have other organizations that have the village-based advisors. And now when the season is just about to approach now, that's where we need to come with the the participatory scenario planning. But this one, of course, should be now done at the county level, where we are bringing on board the key stakeholders who are going to support KMSA in terms of disseminating this information to the last mile in a language that these farmers can be able to understand, customized in such a manner that we are not sending the same information that is supposed to be consumed by a maize farmer, and then we are affording the same information to a potato farmer. A potato farmer for this coming season for A&D, they could be looking at a situation where they need to prepare for more blight diseases, spread of bacterial wilt. But now for farmers maybe doing beans, it's more of maybe blight or root rot for that case. So that now we are giving this information, and even for rice farmers in Bodalangi, for example, some of them maybe they are going to be submerged, but now you have sugarcane farmers in the counties like Kakamega, where for this rain season, they are going to maybe have more yields. So we need to customize the information so that we're not sharing blanketly, but the most important, let us start with the participatory scenario planning, so that at least we face the season when the farmers are going to make the right decision before they start planting. Because when you come with this information, you disseminate, when the season is already on, the farmers have already made the wrong decision. So even if you share those advisories, that are not going to help the farmer. So last season, maybe just an example, we collaborated with the KMSA and CIAT. We did a PSP combining Meru and the Tharaka-Nithi counties, where we brought the farmer service centers, of course, and the Ministry of Agriculture officers together. We did that activity, and of course, they proceeded to go and disseminate this information. But now the question came in, how do we know that even that dissemination happened? And how do we know that the farmers took action? And from the action they took, they also got some economic benefits. We conducted a survey just to understand whether the information reached the farmer, and also whether we have other sources that these farmers were getting this information, whether the format and the language in which it was communicated, it was the right one, and also just to look at what other barriers could have prevented those who could not be able to take up or access this information. And interestingly, we got a lot of variabilities, including, of course, the language barrier, where when this information may be disseminated in the form of English or Kiswahili, and we have a Meru farmer who doesn't understand this language, of course, that is where now they might need somebody who can be able to communicate. Of course, we are sharing through the radio, of course, through the TVs, social media platforms, but we also need food soldiers who can be able to break this information in the form of a conversation that they can be able to convince these farmers. But we're also looking at even the age bracket, and we notice that the farmers at the age of 60 and above, in terms of trusting the information, their level is quite low compared to the farmers maybe whose age ranges from 18 to 35 and also 36 to around 50. Meaning that even as we disseminate, we also need to look at the age groups and understand which age bracket might require information, maybe in which format or from which source.
Thank you very much, Geoffrey, for that very comprehensive response. And I like that you've mentioned a lot about dissemination. And we couldn't line up this panel any better. The person next to you is on communication, media and communication. Judy, yes. Bringing this together from the media and communication perspective, how do you think we can communicate this O&D focus and the potential impacts in a way that is timely and can be trusted at the local level, but is also relevant and actionable so that communities, sector leaders, and decision makers, they don't simply receive a warning, but they also know what action to take and when to take it?
Thank you, Patricia. First and foremost, I don't know whether we know that it rains in the desert. Do we know that it rains in the desert? We know that it rains in the desert. Do you ever get to know when it rains in the desert? When it rains in Chalbi Desert, the one in northern Kenya, do you hear about it? No, isn't it? You don't hear about it because there are no human beings in the desert. But there is rain in the desert. So what we do as media is we communicate to people. Therefore, our information will have to have a human face to it. And it can have a human face to it by looking at the impacts. if this rain is going to be as heavy as has been forecast, how will it affect the Kenyans in whatever part of the country? It has to be timely as well. Immediately after the forecast is released, we'll have to broadcast it, we'll have to write it in our newspapers and explain to the public what to expect. But we have to go further and ensure that there is a way that it reaches the last mile. And it can reach the last mile through the Mama na Baba Broadcasting House. We have vernacular stations, and I'm now responding to your concerns. We have vernacular stations that broadcast in local languages, and we were already in talks with Madam Hannah Kimani. What we would like to do is we need to unpack that forecast, and we can have talk shows in those particular languages using Met officers that speak that language. For instance, if I need to explain to the Maasai community, then I'll get a Maasai meteorologist from the Kenya Met Service to speak on our NOSIM FM station that addresses the concerns of the Maasai people. And the NOSIM actually also working with the BBC Media Action, and we can actually reach, that message can actually reach the communities. In Meru, we have an FM station that broadcasts in Meru. So perhaps the person we would need is a Met officer who speaks Meru, isn't it? To go and unpack the message to the Meru community using, I think it's Muga. And then we also have, even Kisi, we have Minto that speaks the Kisi language. We have Ingo FM that speaks my language, Luya. We have Mayenga that speaks in Luo. So we have all these stations. So what we need to do is to now identify people who can speak that language to unpack that, the forecast. But again, we need to go further on and ensure that we are able to make follow-ups. When the Met Service releases the updates, then we in the media should be very ready to again update the public on what is happening so that we don't wait until when the public is already asking, then we start running with the information. I think we should also be very fast in getting this message, interpreting it correctly and accurately, and then effectively communicating it to the public. Another thing that we'll have to look at is that we have to be authentic, and to be authentic, you have to, for your information to be trusted, then you have to authenticate it. How do you authenticate it? You authenticate it by ensuring that the person who gave you that message is actually a meteorologist, not a bushman. So you get that information from the right sources, interpret it correctly. If we can't understand it, we go back to the Met Service, and they're very receptive. They'll always listen to you and correct you when you go wrong. So I'll just perhaps encourage those of us who work in the media that the Met Service is very open. They'll always listen to you and give you the correct interpretation so that we are reaching the public with the right information. The other issue that we'll have to look at is that we have to make this information actionable, and it can be actionable considering the kind of impacts that are going to be affecting various parts of the country. For example, if we'll have another ELWAC, we need to have that information in good time. And then the multi-sectoral approach, and this one now I'll have to just make a request to the other sectors, because if you listened to how the director of the National Disaster Operations Center spoke the other day, we were so happy in the media because he gave us everything that you ever need to do your story. All you need now is the forecast, and then you can link it to what the NDOC director said. So the other sectors, for example, when our officer from NDOC was talking about river levels, you know, okay, you might, as a journalist, you might know that the River Mbagathi, for example, is rising, but you can't run to go and report about it. Are you a hydrologist? You are not, isn't it? So if the hydrologists at the Water Resource Authority had noticed that and has the data, can you generate that data in good time and circulate it so that when we are talking about River Mbagathi levels rising, then we have to authenticate it by ensuring that we are telling the public that this information is actually sourced from the Water Resources Authority. Yeah? If it's about agriculture, and it's about perhaps, now that the eastern part, we are having the planting season, I might know that is what is going to happen, but I'm a journalist. I'm not an agricultural officer. So the Ministry of Agriculture should be able to give us that information about what they are doing about ensuring that farmers in the eastern sector of the country are facilitated to do what? To do the product, to produce for us this season. So the media cannot work by itself. They cannot work on their own. They are simply relaying information from the expert to the public and from the public to the expert, depending on what the story is about. So that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you, Judith. I was going to ask you a follow-up question, but you've touched all my follow-up questions in what you're saying. I was actually going to ask on the aspect of bringing in community. We normally think of communication as a one-way process, like from this forum to the users and to the community. What do you think about the other way around, from the community back to this forum, and what would be the benefits of that? Just very briefly.
Actually, what you just said earlier, dissemination is that one-way traffic. But communication is to and back. So if I'm communicating to the public, then the information I'm giving them, I'll allow for an interactive session where they are also able to ask questions and perhaps also tell us what is happening. But sometimes you'll have this. But I think with time it has improved because the forecasts are nowadays on point. So every time that the public starts making noise because of the time lag, they end up in that situation that they were supposed to prepare for that had already been forecast. So what I would say is that communication is two-way. It's dissemination that is one-way.
And we want communication, right?
Yes, we want communication.
All right, thank you very much. So finally, we'll go to David. And I think it's very useful that you're speaking last, now that we've seen what everyone has to do. The role of government and financing, for example. Is it possible for example, the seasonal forecast such as this outlook that we are looking at to influence government budgeting and resource allocation, and especially looking at budgeting cycles being different from climate cycles? What would be your perspective on that?
Thank you very much. Before I get into that, I want to take this opportunity to appreciate the invitation. As National Treasury, I want to mention that given that we are responsible for taking leadership in public finance management in the country through development of both fiscal and monetary policies to steer the economic growth in the country, one of the biggest risks that National Treasury has to work around is disasters. Because when they occur, all forms of disasters, be they the ones out of human activities, the ones climate-induced, whether they are slow onset or rapid onset, they have an impact on our economy, they have an impact on our budgets, and almost everything. So then this is an important conversation for us as well, because it addresses one of our biggest risks as an institution. Now coming to the question, how can such forecasts, scientific forecasts information get into our budgeting processes? And what can governments do? So I will respond to this in two parts. The first part would be the budgeting part. What is already happening and what can be improved. So each time we have a budget cycle, for those of us who are aware, our budget cycle already began. There was a launch at KICC, I think 3 or 4 weeks ago. And it started by a circular, which is issued as per the requirement, as required by the Public Finance Act. And in that circular, there's one guideline that one of the things that would be considered during this budgeting period is that the budgets must mainstream climate-related programs. And we are revising that to include mainstreaming of disaster risks in the budget process. What that simply means is that when MDS are doing their budgets, they should factor in certain resources for climate-related interventions or disasters that may come up in their sectors. And this mainstreaming does not only mean response, it means the entire continuum, beginning from prevention, preparedness, mitigation, response, and even recovery and building better. The budgeting process also resources contingency funds, both at national level and county level. That is an intervention that is closely related to what we are discussing here. As far as resource mobilization is concerned, the country just launched the National Disaster Risk Financing Strategy for the year 2026 to 2030. Now, this was a document that was prepared in a very consultative manner. I have seen a number of faces that were involved in the room, which is a very good thing, because they brought in the various perspectives, including Kenya Met. I think we had Chris in the team, and a number of, we had SEDA. So they brought in the perspectives of scientific forecast in the strategy, which is a very good thing. But then the strategy is only a document. So what did we get from this strategy? We managed to look at the disaster risk financing from all from the entire continuum, like I had mentioned, so that we have instruments which can be triggered when we have early warning information, like we are doing right now. And that is very, very important. Initially, there has been a lot of focus on response, and that has not worked well because it puts a lot of pressure on our fiscal space as a country. So it will be good to be able to plan early. So what I'm trying to say is that the framework has been laid, and it's a very responsive framework. The kind of conversations that went on towards coming up with these documents were the right conversations. All we need to do is now to implement and try to monitor whether these frameworks are effective. Another instrument that probably we see as a day-to-day intervention, yet it is a recognized instrument that can respond to the issues at hand, the reallocations that we normally allow pursuant to Section 47 of the Public Finance Act Cap 412A, we would allow reallocations even based on the scientific forecasts that we have right now, if it is properly justified with all the evidence that are required. An MDA, or let me call you sectors, because that is the word in the room. We are used to calling, saying MDA in our day-to-day work, can approach the National Treasury and say, based on this evidence, we need to reallocate funds to a certain intervention because of this scientific focus that is before us. The law provides for that. It means already we were thinking on the right direction. The law also allows expenditure under Article 223 of the Constitution in cases where something urgent has come up and certain processes that needs to go through would take long. We have to save lives, we have to save property. Again, that is one area that I want to mention, that we were already thinking in the right direction. The other section of the framework that I want to mention is that as a country, we have already taken a step to develop the disaster risk financing fund for funding to be able to undertake interventions, again, across the entire continuum. You can approach the fund as long as there's enough justification. Guidelines are being developed to be able to provide clarity on when do we meet is up. But allow me to mention just one thing before I conclude, is that you are free to look at that those draft regulations before Cabinet okays them, and Cabinet and Parliament. In Section 14A, I really like the text that are there. If you read Section 14A, you will find the following text: anticipatory financing for purposes of administration of the fund. The first part that you will see is anticipatory financing, where pre-agreed triggers will be identified based on.
So thank you all for your perspectives. And to everyone, thank you for being a good audience. We would also have encouraged you to ask questions, but because of time, that's not possible. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
And participants on how we've conducted the NCOF13. A QR will be beamed here. Kindly scan it and give us feedback. Let's come from lunch at 2 p.m. Our guests are already around so that we can finish early. Thank you. Environment and forestry sector, kindly send us your analysis of the impacts, the OND 2026 impacts, kindly.
Work today is broken. Every day, people juggle so many different tools just to get
You're my true love, my lovely one.
Check, check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check. Check 1, 2. Check. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check. Check 1, 2. Check. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check. 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 Check 1, 2. Check. Check. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check. 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 Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check. 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 Check 1, 2. Ndio ilikuwa imenini. Tumekaa. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Umeweka gani? Check. Check.
Hello. Can we have everybody seated? Our guests are coming in, and we want to kick off immediately. They are in here. For your information, the guests will be ready to leave at around 3:30. And so you can see we have only about 30 to 40 minutes. So we want to kick off. And for those who will be making presentations, please take note that it will be 5 minutes. I'm just giving you that information as early as this because the guest has requested that we make very few presentations, but we don't want to reduce the presentations. We really want most of those presentations to be made before the PS, State Department for Environment and Climate Change, who is our guest. So please prepare yourself well that you will present the most important slides so that at least it does not stop us. I know how he is. He can embarrass you by telling you to stop. So please prepare yourself. The other thing is that I will arrange the presentations in such a manner that I will not interfere by coming in, neither the director of Med Services. We would like you people who are making presentations, once we start off, you know your position. So that the next one, once the next one is over, you know you have to step to make your presentations because we have loaded them here in accordance to how you will make the presentations. That one, I know you guys are here. We will start with agriculture and food security. I hope you are taking note of that. We will follow with water sector. The third one will be in DRRM, health sector 4, economic sector 5, education sector 6, and partners and the intermediaries 7. We will have only those presentations. Welcome our guests. We are almost starting. Our chief guest is coming in. Can we welcome him? Let's have everyone settled, please. Okay. Let me take this opportunity to welcome you to this final session of our National Climate Outlook Forum, the 13th forum. And today is when we do not have to labor so much because of please, Mr. Muga, you can come over and read the statement.
our chief guest, PS, State Department of Environment and Climate Change, Dr. Festus Ngeno, WMO representative, Madam Shikosela, UNEP representative, Margaret, and National Disaster Operations Center represented by the director, Red Cross represented by the deputy director, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Is now the climax of our work that we've been doing here for the last 2 days. We've co-produced the forecast. We produced the forecast, and the team from climate-sensitive sectors were assembled here to develop advisories that will enhance what we give to the public so that they are able to make decisions based on the climate information that will be given today. It's now my honor to go through the climate information that we'll release. Then the various sectors will also join us to give the sector-specific advisories. Let me read the statement. Climate outlook for the October, November, December OND 2026 short rains season. Rainfall outlook for the October, November, December 2026. The short rains October, November, December OND season is an important rainfall season in Kenya, especially over Garissa, Wajir, Mandera, Marsabit, Isiolo, Meru, Tharaka Nithi, Makueni, Kitui, Taita Taveta, Machakos counties, and parts of Kajiado and Tana River, where it contributes to over 40% of the total annual rainfall. More than 700 millimeters of rainfall is received in some parts of the country during this season, and that is elaborated in our graphics. Chris, are you able to show the graphics? The season occurs due to the southward migration of the Intertropical Convergence Zone, ITCZ. Its duration and performance are influenced by Indian Ocean dipole. Normally we have years that the oceans around our Indian Ocean coast are warmer than normal, so that enhances the moisture that come into the country. That enhances rainfall in the positive phase. The ongoing strong El Nino event also enhances rainfall when it occurs concurrently with the positive OID. On shorter timescales, rainfall intensity is influenced by the Median-Julian Oscillation, MJO, and the development of tropical cyclones over the southwest Indian Ocean. The climate outlook for the October, November, December 2026 short rain season indicates that the above average rainfall is expected over Baringo, Bomet, Bungoma, Busia, Elgeyo Marakwet, Embu, Garissa, Homa Bay, Isiolo, Kajiado, Kakamega, Kericho, Kiambu, Kilifi, Kirinyaga, Kisii, Kisumu, Kitui, Kwale, Laikipia, Lamu, Machakos, Makueni, Mandera, Meru, Migori, and Mombasa. Murang'a, Nairobi, Nakuru, Nandi, Narok, Nyamira, Nyandarua, Nyeri, Siaya, Taita Taveta, Tana River, Tharaka Nithi, Trans Nzoia, Uasin Gishu, Vihiga, Wajir, and much of West Pokot, Samburu, and Marsabit counties. And again, that is depicted in a figure there. You can see the areas that are covered with the green. That is where we expect above average rainfall. Near average to above average rainfall is likely over Turkana and few parts of West Pokot, Samburu, and Marsabit counties. Areas projected to receive above normal rainfall are in dark green, as you can see in the graph, while those expected to receive near average rainfall tending towards above average amounts are in the light green, that is around Lodwar area. According to most recent update, the 2026 El Nino event continues to intensify across the Central and Eastern Equatorial Pacific. The traditional Nino 3.4 index shows a clear and sustained increase, with most recent seasonal mean reaching 1.51 degrees during March to July 2026. July monthly value has risen to 2.03. The latest weekly Nino 3.4 index centered on 12th August reached 2.7 degrees. These observations indicate that the El Nino is strengthening further and evolving towards a strong El Nino event. The Indian Ocean dipole is currently neutral. As of 23rd August 2026, the weekly OID index stood at 0.17 degrees positive, which is below the positive IOD threshold of 0.4 degrees centigrade. Sustained values above this threshold are required for 8 consecutive weeks before a positive OID event is considered to be established. The current OID value is expected to increase in magnitude and surpass the threshold from September 2026. Although some uncertainties remain regarding its timing and strength, the maximum predicted OID value for the season is positive 0.7, which is closer to the level observed in 2015 than to those recorded in 2023 and 1997. The Kenya Meteorological Service Authority will continue to closely monitor El Nino Southern Oscillation and OID conditions, which will inform our updates in the coming days. Similar characteristics to the current year, and those are indicated in the table. The analog similar year is 2015 as the forecast. Analog years provide a sense of the rainfall outcomes that occur under broadly similar global. The distribution is likely to be poor to fair. The season will be marked by prolonged wet spells and occasional isolated storms over several parts of the country. I think we'll go to standard, moderate, or severe drought event is low over most parts of the country. There is, however, a 15 to 20% chance of a mild drought event in Turkana. The forecast temperature climatology, the October, November, December season in Kenya is generally warm, with mean temperatures ranging from 17 degrees in Kericho, Uasin Gishu counties, to over 30 degrees in parts of Turkana. The warm temperatures are due to the southward migration of the intertropical zone, convergence zone, that is associated with warm, humid air. During this season, day to night temperatures variations is generally small across much of the country, as illustrated in that figure 5A. Temperature forecast for October, November, December 2026. Mean temperatures are predicted to be warmer than average during the season, with higher probabilities of Kwale, Mombasa, Kilifi, Lamu, and parts of Tana River, Taita Taveta, and Garissa counties. The potential impacts will be given by our stakeholders from climate-sensitive sectors, but for now, I'll call upon my colleague, Christine Meswi, to come and give the Kiswahili version of this forecast. Thank you.
Mheshimiwa Daktari Mhandisi Festus Ng'eno, itifaki zote zikizingatiwa, mabibi na mabwana, hatujambo. Karibuni kwa utabiri wa taarifa ya hali ya anga katika lugha ya Kiswahili. Msimu wa mvua za vuli, yani mwezi wa Oktoba, Novemba, Disemba mwaka 2026 ni wa umuhimu sana nchini Kenya. Haswa katika maeneo ya kaunti za Garissa, Wajir, Mandera, Marsabit, Isiolo, Meru, Tharaka Nithi, Makueni, Kitui, Taita Taveta na Machakos, pamoja na baadhi ya maeneo ya Kajiado na Tana River, ambapo mvua za msimu huu huchangia zaidi ya 40% ya jumla ya mvua katika mwaka. Pia katika baadhi ya nchini zaidi ya milimita 700 hunakiliwa, haswa katika maeneo ya magharibi mwa nchi. Msimu huu huchochewa na mzunguko wa ukanda wa kietropiki, yani interconvergence zone, ambayo hutoka kusini kuelekea kaskazini. Muda huo tunapata msimu wa vuli, na kutoka kaskazini kuelekea kusini katika msimu wa masika. Na vile vile vichochezi vingine ni kama dipole ya bahari ya Hindi, yani Indian Ocean Dipole, ambayo kwa sasa ipo neutral, ila kadri msimu unavyoendelea kwenda tunatarajia viwango vyake viwe vya juu, na kiviambatana na El Nino chanya, ambayo ni strong El Nino condition, inategemea kuleta mvua zaidi ya kawaida maeneo mengi nchini Kenya. Kwa vipindi vya muda mfupi, yani katika wiki au mwezi, kuna vichochezi vingine ambavyo ni kama Madden Julian Oscillation na tropical cyclone, ambazo husababisha mvua aidha kuongezeka au kupungua katika nchini. Ndio maana tunasema tufuatilie taarifa hizi kuambatana na zile ambazo zinatolewa kwa mwezi na hata wiki. Utabiri unaonyesha kuwa mvua za juu ya wastani zinatarajiwa katika kaunti za Baringo, Bomet, Bungoma, Busia, Elgeyo Marakwet, Embu, Homa Bay, Isiolo, Kajiado, Kakamega, Kericho, Kiambu, Kisii, Kilifi, Kirinyaga, Kisumu, Kitui, Kwale, Laikipia, Lamu, Machakos, Makueni, Mandera, Meru, Migori, Mombasa, Murang'a, Nairobi, Nakuru, Nandi, Narok, Nyamira, Nyandarua, Nyeri, Siaya, kaunti za Taita Taveta, Tana River, Tharaka Nithi, Trans Nzoia, Uasin Gishu, Vihiga, Wajir na pamoja na maeneo machache kusini mwa West Pokot, Samburu na Marsabit. Haya ni maeneo ambayo yanatarajiwa kupata mvua zaidi ya kiwango cha kawaida. Maeneo kama maeneo ya West Pokot, kaskazini mwa West Pokot, Samburu na maeneo mengi Marsabit, tunategemea kupata mvua ya wastani hadi juu ya wastani. Kulingana na taarifa ya hivi karibuni, tukio la El Nino la mwaka 2026 linaendelea kuimarika katika sehemu ya kati hadi mashariki ya Pacific ya Ikweta. Kiashiria cha Nino 3.4 kinaonyesha ongezeko la wazi na endelevu. Huku wastani wa hivi karibuni wa msimu wa mwezi wa 5 hadi wa 7 ukionyesha kwamba nyuzi 1.51 ilikuwa imeripotiwa kuhusu kiwango ambacho El Nino imefika kufikia mwezi wa 7. Tathmini ya mwezi huu wa Julai iliongezeka hadi nyuzi 2.03. Aidha, kiashiria cha hivi karibuni cha kila wiki cha Nino 3.4 kilichotabiriwa katikati ya mwezi wa 7 kiliashiria kwamba tayari sasa hivi tuna nyuzi 2.7 cha kiwango cha El Nino. Uchunguzi huu unaonyesha kwamba El Nino inaendelea kuimarika na zaidi na kuelekea kuwa katika tukio lenye nguvu zaidi tunapoelekea msimu wa vuli. Dipori ya bahari ya Hindi yani IOD kwa sasa iko katika hali ya kawaida ambao kwa lugha ya Kimombo tunasema neutral. Kufikia tarehe 23 mwezi wa 8, kiashiria cha wiki cha IOD kilikuwa chanya anamaanisha positive 0.17 ambacho kiko chini ya kiwango cha kawaida cha kuashiria IOD kuwa either chanya au hasi, yani positive or negative, ambayo ni chanya 0.4. Kiwango kinachozidi kiwango hiki kinapaswa kudumu kwa wiki 8 mfululizo, ndio tuseme kwamba IOD imeimarika na inaweza ikapelekea viwango vya mvua kuwa zaidi ya kawaida. Lakini kwa sasa tunavyoangalia utabiri, nyuzi hizi zimeshuka hadi 0.7. Na tukiangalia katika ile ambayo tunaita kwa lugha ya Kimombo analog years, tumetumia mwaka 2015 kama kiashiria cha mwaka ambao tukiangalia na ni mwelekeo wake wa msimu unasawiana sawa na huu wa 2026. Ndio tukautumia kama analog year, lakini ninaomba kulisisitiza hili. Kutumia mwaka 2015 kama analog year haimaanishi kwamba 2026 itakuwa sawia na hivyo. Ni kwa vile tu waga inatusaidia na kutuelekeza haswa katika mianzo na kikomo cha mvua hizi. Tuangalie tarehe za mianzo, kikomo na mgao wa mvua za vuli. Utabiri wa mianzo, kikomo na mgao wa mvua za vuli umetokana na miundombinu ya kitabiri ya model, yani dynamical models, pamoja na uchanganuzi wa kitakwimu wa miaka iliyochagulia ya usawa, yani analog years kama nilivyosema hapo mwanzo, ambao ulionyesha sifa zinazofanana na hali ya mwaka wa sasa. Kuwa duni hadi wastani. Mianzo na kikomo cha mvua hizi pia Elgeyo Marakwet, West Pokot, Kisii, Nyamira, Kericho, Bomet, Kisumu, Homa Bay, Migori na Narok. mwanzo wa mvua maeneo haya, mvua unatarajiwa kuwa wa wastani hadi mzuri. Maeneo ya Nyandarua, Laikipia, Nyeri, Kirinyaga, Murang'a, Kiambu, Meru, Embu, Tharaka Nithi na Nairobi, mwanzo wa mvua mgao wake ni wastani hadi mzuri. Kaunti za Machakos, Kitui, Makueni, Kajiado, Taita Taveta na baadhi ya maeneo ya ndani ya Tana River. Kaunti za mwambao wa pwani, Mombasa kuwa ni wiki ya 3 hadi ya 4 mwezi wa 10 na kikomo chake ni kati ya wiki ya 1 na ya 2 ya mwezi wa 12. Ila mgao wake unatarajiwa kuwa duni hadi wastani. Kaunti za Marsabit, Mandera, Wajir, Garissa na Isiolo, mwanzo wa mvua hizi unatarajiwa kuwa wiki ya 2 mpaka ya 3 ya mwezi wa 10 na kikomo chake wiki ya 1 hadi ya 2 mwezi wa 12 na mgao wake ni wa wastani hadi mzuri. Katika nchini kote utabiri wa hali ya joto unaonyesha kwamba msimu wa Oktoba, Novemba, Disemba kwa ujumla huwa na hali ya joto ambapo wastani wa joto huanzia takribani nyuzi 17 katika maeneo ya Uasin Gishu hadi zaidi ya 30 katika maeneo ya Turkana na kule Mandera. Hali hii ya joto huchochewa na mzunguko wa ukanda wa kitropiki, yani intertropical convergence zone, inapokuwa inatokea kusini kuelekea kaskazini au kaskazini kuelekea kusini. Msimu huu wa vuli joto linatabiriwa kuwa la juu kuliko wastani kwenye maeneo mengi nchini isipokuwa maeneo ya ukanda wa pwani, kaunti zile za Kwale, Mombasa, Kilifi, Lamu pamoja na baadhi ya maeneo ya Tana River, Taita Taveta na Garissa. Viwango vyake vinakadiriwa kuwa vya juu zaidi ya yale maeneo mengine nchini. Tukiangalia utabiri wa hali ya ukame muda huu, tunavyotazama tunakadiria kuwa na kiwango cha juu cha El Nino. Viwango vya utabiri wa ukame vipo chini kati ya 15% hadi 20%, haswa katika maeneo machache kule kaunti ya Turkana. Hatari zinazotarajiwa kutokana na mvua za vuli mwaka huu, utabiri wa mvua za kiwango cha zaidi ya wastani zinazotarajiwa katika msimu kumbukumbu pamoja na tabiri za wiki na
Jenga from State Department for Water and Sanitation to represent the water sector. After water sector, we will have disaster risk management sector to be presented by Jesse Idau from National Disaster Operations Center. Welcome, Apana Komunga.
Our distinguished guest, the PS for Environment and Climate Change, all protocols observed. I'm privileged this afternoon to make a presentation on the outlook in the agricultural and livestock sector of how it will be affected by the weather forecast, OND. And as you know, agriculture is the backbone of our economy, contributing 20% of our GDP, creating employment, food security, and income generation to many households. Basically, we have two rainfall regimes. One is above normal rainfall, which is the larger part, almost 3/4. Then we have a small portion that will receive near average to above average rainfall. Now, we'll see the implication of this in the agricultural sector. The following are the implications of that kind of rainfall regime. And we shall start in the larger part of our country, which will be receiving above normal rainfall. First thing is that we shall have extended growing seasons. This will give advantage of having extended growing seasons, having overlaps of cropping and multiple harvests and better yields for that matter. Water resource will be available, groundwater recharge, and sufficient moisture levels in the soil to sustain crop growth. We'll have enhanced agricultural performance as a result of robust agricultural activities, which will temporarily boost communities' income and reduce inflation. We will also have food and nutritional security, which is attributed to the diverse crop produce, which will address the various needs nutritionally. We anticipate that we shall have abundant production, food and livestock feeds. We shall have an opportunity to have conservation of either food or feeds or fodder products. This will be an opportunity to promote agroforestry and also to establish perennial crops such as coffee, tea, avocado, and many others. The rainfall will also give an advantage of reducing the cost of irrigation. In the low-lying areas, some of the low-lying areas will experience flooding, displacing some of the communities. Waterlogging, soil erosion, and the leaching of nutrients will occur. And to this, we can say that as the farmers, the agro-producers apply fertilizer on the crops, they will be cautious because runoff may ferry that fertilizer to the other areas. The high humidity will be very suitable for pest and disease escalation. That high moisture in the atmosphere will also cause spoilage, rotting, and contamination, leading to pre- and post-harvest losses. The high weed growth will add to the cost of production because it's attributed to the engagement of the scarce labor and use of herbicides. In the raised areas in the highlands, we are likely to have landslides which could displace communities. In the livestock subsector, we'll have forage regeneration, and the water for livestock use will also be available. Of the pastoral communities in search of the scarce resources, that is water and pasture. We shall have an opportunity for rangelands to recover and recharge of water sources. We'll also experience lower incidences of livestock diseases that are brought about by ticks or fleas. The negative aspect of the livestock in the areas of above normal rainfall, we shall have increased incidences of livestock pests, especially foot and mouth disease and Rift Valley fever. Flooding is likely to cause displacement of animals, and the flashy growth of pasture is likely to cause less reduced palatability, blotting opportunity for it to increase. So we'll be on the high alert for this. Basically, these regions of above normal and those of below normal average do not have a big difference, just a slight difference, because some of the benefits will still be found in those other areas which will have a slightly enhanced rainfall. For that matter, livestock productivity, improved body conditions for the animals, reduction of trekking distances to water points or grazing areas, reduced migration, reduced conflict between human and wildlife is likely to occur. What are the strategies that we are going to put in place as the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development? One, we shall seize this opportunity to sensitize communities on pre- and post-harvest best practices, promoting essential infrastructure. We all know that we have invested in some of the counties in cereal drying or grain dryers because of the moistures that will be high, cooling and storage facilities. Counties are also promoting value-based agro-processing through industrial parks or agro-marketing hubs. There will be high surveillance to monitor pest and disease in crops and livestock in the counties. We shall also engage marketing strategy focusing on value addition so that surpluses of feeds, fodder, and food can be conserved. We shall also enhance the market aggregation approach so that farmer groupings can take advantage of numbers. Early acquisition of inputs, fertilizer, and seeds will be put in place. Of course, recently we have seen the reduction of the cost of fertilizer, which has been reduced to 2,000 shillings per bag, and a packet of 2 kg of maize has been reduced to 300. That is good announcement to cater for the farmers, bearing in mind that the cost of production may be very high because of the weather. There will be timely dissemination of early warning and agro advisories. Farmers are encouraged to plant early and use long maturation and high-yielding maize that will relatively cope with the extended rain periods. Climate-smart technologies will be enhanced, will be utilized, and we shall mobilize our field extension staff to train and to train the stakeholders on the various skills and the practices that are climate-smart. Timely desiltation and excavation of soil control structures. We encourage use of crop residue to subsidize on hay and fodder. Of course, conserving bay haling and also making of silage. Rehabilitation will take place for dams and boreholes. We'll roll out livestock vaccination programs and campaigns to monitor disease outbreak also during our surveillance. Livestock insurance will be considered, bearing in law that we may lose high-valued livestock in some of the areas. Rangeland reseeding is ongoing through the support of the FLOCA program. Best paddocking management practices will be put into place. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Water sector. One PS, you realize that we have given him more time than the others because of the fact that these are two key subsectors, that is agriculture and livestock. And so water sector and the rest may not take that long. Please, 5 minutes. Welcome.
Our chief guest, all protocols observed, good afternoon. My name is John Jenga from the State Department for Water and Sanitation. I will just make the presentation of the impact of OND 2026 in the water sector. I will start with the positive impacts. For us in the water sector, we are hoping and expecting to have increased aquifer recharge. You understand that Kenya is mostly a nasal county, and some of the areas in Asa also depends on groundwater, and during this period, you're going to experience increased groundwater recharge. Another positive impact is enhanced water resources. Other than the normal water sources available during the rainy season, you're going to experience other scenarios of water harvesting, and also the duration of water on the availability will be increased. Another positive impact is increased inflows to our reservoir. In the water sector, we talk about the water storage per capita in the country, and this will increase during this period because our reservoir that we use for water supply or for irrigation will be increased. Another positive impact is increased localized water qualities. You find during the rainy season, either by the surface water or the groundwater, the recharge or either the wash away of pollutions results to increased water quality. Another positive impact is decrease in water use conflict. Especially in the south, you find there's a lot of conflict that arises because of, or as a result of, lack of water. But during the rainy season, this is going to decrease, and that will be a positive impact to us. Well, as we have the positive impact, we have some negative impact that we need to highlight that will come from this. And the first one is high incidences of flooding. And this is common as when you talk of high above normal rainfall within, which is homogeneous in Kenya. So in this case, we expect that it's going to increase. Another negative impact that we may have during the same period is high likelihood of dam and water retaining structure failure. And I just wish to emphasize this is not the government managed infrastructures, but the individual ones. For the government infrastructures, we have the standard manual of operations that we subject our infrastructure to. And we, at this point, every infrastructure is well noted in terms of its status. Another negative impact is damage to water and sanitation infrastructures. They are exposed to either flooding, especially in the flood-prone areas, and this results to disruptions of water services. And when talk of water services is either in terms of supply, sewerage, and sanitation. Another negative impact is increased siltation of water infrastructures. Because of soil erosion, some of the infrastructure or sedimentation is stored in our reservoirs. There is a unique phenomenon that we are facing as a country about the rising lakes in the Rift Valley. With this scenario of OND, we may have a case we have accelerated rising lakes, especially in Lake Nakuru, Bogoria, Baringo, and Lake Naivasha. So that's areas that we need to cater for. Then we have contamination of water sources. This emanates from agricultural activities, from either fertilizer that goes to the downstream or the rivers, or the informal sanitations that may have an impact to the water sources. So in terms of the impact and the mitigation measures for the riverine and flash flood impact, the mitigations or the strategy that we have to enhance is mapping of flood risk areas during the OND according to the predicted rainfall distribution. Then we have enhanced water level monitoring, early warning. We have to monitor the discharge in our rivers such that we can give the alert levels for rivers and also the flooding levels to our citizens. Then we have cleaning of storm drains, especially in towns. These are major cause, and I know most of the areas have started to prepare in terms of this season, and they are clearing their storm drainage, especially for the municipalities and also the cities in Kenya. And use of sandbags for localized flash flood controls, that's another measure that we need to employ. In terms of the impact of increased water sources, this is one we're going to enhance public awareness on water conservation and also awareness on water harvesting, that is at the household level and also for the different institutions. For increased water inflows, the mitigation measures is distributing our dams and water ponds so that we may increase our storage capacity that may serve people during the season and off the season. Then monitoring structural stability of the dam, that is something that we monitor on a regular basis, but this also we have to engage the private sectors as they do deal with their management of the infrastructures. Then monitor and manage dam water levels, and this is the key areas, especially for the spilling levels, such that we can be able to warn those people that are downstream in case of high incidences of rainfall or a high amount of water. Mapping of small-scale water ponds, that is necessary such that at least we may be able to enhance water availability and also storage. Then the next impact, that is the disruption of water supply, which is expected. In this case, we going to have mapping of water supply distribution prone areas. There's some prone areas where you have, in case of high rainfall or maybe other incidences that come from rainfall, then there is a disruption of water supply. Then rehabilitation of supply systems, either by the intakes or the pipelines, such that the disruption is catered for. Then another mitigation measure is water harvesting during the rainy season. That is a key area, either at individual level or even as institution. Then the last impact is a decline in water quality, and the mitigation measures that we're going to enhance is distribution of water treatment chemicals. In this case, we find that during the rainy season, the physical and the microbiology component of water decreases. So this is an area that we need to increase such that we are able to address the micro and physical appearance of water. Then we're also going to have enhanced water quality monitoring. This is to able to arrest and identify water source pollution areas during the areas that are prone to flooding. And lastly is to encourage the community and our people to use water boiling as they use the water in their homes. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate him. And disaster risk management, Jesse. And the health sector, Rose Mukaya, prepare yourself. And environment and the forest sector, you also prepare yourself to be the next third one.
The chief guest, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Jesse Idai, Data Officer at the National Disaster Operations Center, domiciled at the State Department of Internal Security and National Administration. I'll be taking you through this presentation for the disaster risk management sector. So because the focus has already been issued, I will not go back to what has already been done. I'll go straight to the impacts that we expect within the DRM sector. And unlike my predecessors, I'm going to begin with the bad news and then the good news at the end. Some of the negative impacts that we expect, number one is likelihood of loss of human lives due to floods, mainly as a result of drowning and travel accidents. Some of the mitigation measures that we expect and are already beginning to implement include early warning advisories, community sensitization, so that people are aware that they are not supposed to overlook any amount of water that is moving. We see a lot of people trying to cross moving bodies of water, either with their bodabodas or even vehicles, and they get washed away. So we're going to carry out this, and repositioning of rescue teams and their equipment. NDOC is already undertaking with partners training of rescue services volunteers to be able to do this. The other negative impact of this forecast is likelihood of disease outbreak, particularly waterborne and vector-borne diseases. Some of the mitigation measures that our sector will be doing include sensitization of communities at high risk, coordination of multi-agency response teams and other sectors to be able to lead these interventions. There is also very high risk for disruption of school and learning programs, particularly during this season when we'll be having national examinations as a result of floods that will affect schools and other learning infrastructure. So one of the main mitigation measures for this is identification of alternative evacuation centers away from schools. Traditionally, schools have been used as evacuation centers, and these significantly disrupt education and also often leads to damage of equipment and infrastructure within those schools. The Ministry of Education, Ministry of Interior and National Administration, county governments will lead this cause. There's also likelihood of increased lightning strikes, which could lead to loss of life and property, particularly also livelihood for livestock. The main intervention that the sector will be doing here is creating awareness on how to keep safe and also coordinate with stakeholders and focal agencies on the installation and maintenance of lightning arresters. There is also the likelihood of displacement of families due to flooding and landslides. And some of the mitigation measures that are going to be implemented include monitoring of early signs of mass movement and tilting of poles, particularly for landslides and mudslides, sensitization of communities, and in the event of these hazards, relocation to safer grounds that are going to be pre-identified and organized. Then there is also likelihood of loss of livestock. I think this is well captured within the agriculture and livestock sector. There is also likelihood of accidents and losses, particularly within oceans and the major lakes, especially for the fisher folks, due to strong winds and high waves. For this, the sector will undertake early warning and advisories to these communities and encourage postponement of fishermen going into the lakes and oceans when the waves are high. Some of the responsible institutions in this regard will be beach management units, Kenya Maritime Authority, Kenya Coast Guards, and also the coordination of Ministry of Interior through NDOC. There are also likelihood and possibility of damage to infrastructure. During the opening remarks, the Director NDOC indicated a number of roads that are expected or might be cut off, 6 in particular, and risk to railway lines as well as bridges and water supply infrastructure in main towns and cities. Some of the interventions that the sector has pointed out include inspection, repair and reinforcement and maintenance of key infrastructure, including roads, railways, and bridges. Responsible institutions include KENHA, Public Works, and also community members, because community members have a responsibility also to safeguard this infrastructure. Another key point that I must also note as a negative impact is the likelihood of building collapses, mainly in urban centers, due to lack of curing during construction and heavy rains that waste the adhesive component of the cement being used. In this regard, there will be sensitization and also enforcement of strict adherence and of construction regulations through the NCA, county governments, and Department of Public Works. There is also the high risk of urban flooding. This is increasingly becoming a phenomenon within the DRM sector, especially in the major cities, but also growing local urban areas. Some of the interventions in this area include clearing of culverts, drains, bridges, openings before the onset of the rainfall. Also repair of critical drainage infrastructure and damaged approaches and erosion points where immediate works are feasible. Responsible institutions include county governments, the transport sector, NEMA, and also the national government, and this is already being taken through initiatives like Climate Works. To the positive impacts for this sector, there is likelihood of enhanced pasture and browse regeneration due to increased moisture, leading to increased livestock performance. There is also likelihood of recharge of groundwater, leading to increased availability of water for homesteads. These 2 points will lead to the third, which is reduced resource-based conflict, which mostly arise in our pastoral livelihoods. And then there is also going to be reduced human livestock conflict because both will be having increased production due to improved rainfall. Lastly, we hope that there will be increased food production for the subsequent seasons. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DRIM. Yes, we are still going on. I request health sector to come. Rose Mokaya from State Department for Public Health. And Transport and Infrastructure Engineer, please prepare to be the next. And after transport, we'll have education sector coming in. Each 5 minutes, please. Welcome.
Our chief guest, Engineer Ngeno. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So this is the health sector. I've been given 5 minutes. So we have seen the outlook of the season. So I have to go straight to the impacts and the interventions for receive sufficient rains, will benefit from improved water, recharge, supporting hygiene, sanitation, and reducing health risks associated with the water scarcity. Then the enhanced health supplies and commodities. The facilities will have medicine buffer and other commodities, buffer stock, and a cold chain system, keeping vaccines safe for days without power, where there is power outages. So on the negative impacts, there will be disease outbreaks, including vector and waterborne diseases, including malaria, cholera, diarrheal diseases, and other diseases like chikungunya and dengue fever. The mitigation measures or response will be epidemic preparedness and response, disease surveillance and response, pre-positioning of medical commodities, and equipment, and also issues on wash interventions, that's water sanitation and hygiene. Though the assigned responsibilities include MOH, Minister of Water, the development partners, and humanitarian organizations like the Red Cross Society. Another negative impact includes flooding and mudslides. Emergency health services. That's MOH, development partners, and other MDS. Displacement and overcrowding includes the hygiene promotion, temporary shelter with adequate ventilation, active disease surveillance, and also adequate wash facilities. Water treatment supplies, hygiene promotion, community sensitization, and also community sensitization by the community health promoters, that's CHPs. These assigned partners, we have MOH and other ministries and departments. Heat-related stress, because we have seen the coast region will be having some heat. It will be a bit hot. We will have outreach health services for the vulnerable populations, including the pregnant mothers and people living with disabilities, and those with the underlying conditions, that's chronic illnesses. Also, buffer stocks of medical supplies. The MOH and the other development partners and the humanitarian organizations. Food insecurity, that will affect the issues on nutrition, that's malnutrition. So the mitigation measures are food supplementation to vulnerable population, the undernourished children and the others, screening and treatment, and conditional cash transfer, double ration for nutrition, food commodities on the malnutrition cases. So response for people, MOH, that's the Division of Nutrition and Dietetics, other departments and agencies and departments and ministries. That's it, I think that's the end. The last one is on food insecurity, that's malnutrition. Food supplementation to vulnerable populations, screening and treatment, and that one I think I've talked about it. Mental health and psychosocial issues. This usually happens when people lose their livelihoods and other factors. Integration of mental health and psychological support, that's psychosocial support in emergency response. These are relevant mental health stakeholders, including the Mental Health Division at the Ministry of Health. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kindly adhere to the instructions of keeping your time to 5 minutes. Engineer, please come over. And I don't want to stop someone, but this time around I will be forced to. This is transport and infrastructure subsector. We are also having that challenge of connecting. Otherwise, it would have been better if it was being beamed. But then, welcome, engineer. Present 5 minutes. We'll time you.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Maybe even shorter, 3 minutes. Is it working? I picked the mic. Okay. Good afternoon, PS. My name is Michael Muhiri. I'm an engineer. I'm normally involved in transportation and infrastructure activities. And for this week, it was extreme weather, or extremities of weather, and we are talking about the El Nino phenomena that we are expecting later this year. Now, I will not read word for word, but I want to talk about roads, railways, aviation, maritime, pipelines, ICT, built infrastructure, and about those people who have built next to lakes. PS, I think you are aware of a village called Kehoto. Kehoto in Naivasha. And I think there's also, Lake Baringo. Now, when the El Nino rains will start, we expect the impact to be in 3 stages. For urban areas like Nairobi, Kisumu, Mombasa, within the first few days, we will experience the flooding And for floodplains, it will be within the first week. For places like Kehoto, Naivasha, the Lake region, and Baringo, it will lag. Those lakes, the water level does not increase as sudden as the onset of the rains. It takes time for two reasons. Water from the mountains takes time to flow to those lakes. And number two, seepage. Groundwater takes time to get to those lakes. So for us in transport and the built-up infrastructure, the key issue is number one, create awareness. And as I was seated there, I was wondering, do Kenyans know that we are anticipating El Nino? If the El Nino is as serious as the statement that was read here earlier on this afternoon, is that seriousness communicated to everybody, including the individual Kenyans? For example, I myself, nimenunua ile jacket ya visibility. Na kama niko karibu na maji, jacket yangu nimei-enhance ikawa naweza kufloat. The institutions that are supposed to do that are there. We need budgets for evacuation, budget to give people temporary accommodation. And so after this, it should be resource mobilization. And as I close, going forward, 100 people died. The next El Nino, we should see some improvement. Maybe it should be 50. And I'm not saying that 50 people dying is a good thing or is okay. Even one person dying is a bad thing. But let's present our statistics. Is it now more adapted to extreme weather? Should I add or should I stop there?
Thank you very much, Engineer. Indeed, you have kept your 3 minutes. Education sector, kindly come forward. We want to finish on time. Education is the next, and the environment the next. The second next. Welcome, Dr.
Chief guest, dignitaries and delegates, good afternoon. I'm happy to have presented much later because in education, we depend on a multi-agency approach. Every other speaker, whatever they say they do it with us. So I'm going to add a few things and emphasize on how we react to the different happenings. Disruption of national examination. The examinations are zero-sum. They cannot be postponed and they cannot be delayed. Everybody must do the paper at exactly the same time across the country. So when we have El Nino, we have the obvious challenges that were shared by engineer. We can't reach all the candidates at the appropriate time. So when such things happen, of course we map out the country in advance, and then we decide which center should be moved to which location to mitigate against areas that we are very sure we will not be able to reach in case of any emergencies. Then we also do the issue of airlifting. If we can't go there by road, we have to use some other mean. We either go by air, and PS this year, we are going to employ drones. So dear delegates, if you see some funny machines hovering around your areas, most of them will be guided to come and bring something to a nearby center. Those are some of the innovations that we are putting in place. Another thing that we go through, which was mentioned by the first speaker, first or the second one, it's about food supplies. Boarding schools, they feed, they have feeding programs. When food supplies are affected, then the school becomes distressed, and they cannot hold for the whole month and 1 week that we're having exams. So we advise them to stock, of course, through the Sub-County District Security Committee. They will be guided accordingly on which type of foods to stock, and also NACONEC from the ministry. Something else that we do have is the disruption of learning. But for this one also, we recommend relocation. We also recommend areas that are adversely affected. They can adjust their learning times and schedules. Students can report at 6:30 in the morning, and by midday they break school, places like Wajir, etc. Because it is unbearable to have classes around evening times or afternoon. There is the small matter of diseases that come about because of El Nino and such. The MOH team has talked about it, but we also wish our BOMs are empowered to do first-line interventions, identify any learners, teachers, or workers within the schools who need help, and then they seek professional help. There is the matter of school infrastructure damage, and this we can apply the use of relocation. We can apply the use of coming up with different centers where learners can be relocated and they will be able to be taught. They also be able to be examined accordingly. We have the issue of mental awareness that was mentioned, awareness, counseling before the exams come. And it is our duty, all of us, also to lower the expectations. Let's not heighten the temperatures too much, and then we create a very, very negative atmosphere around exam time. Last but not least, we have the issue of a breakdown in telecommunication. Around exam time, we have a lot of rains. Mostly this year, we're expecting El Nino, which is a bit more dangerous. And we lose power, we lose connectivity. Teams, security teams, examination teams cannot communicate. For this one, we have employed the use of satellite communication as a mitigation. And because it's an expensive intervention, of course, we are working with Interior and the telcos to ensure that the services that we use for the benefit of Kenyans come at no cost so that we are all able to achieve our goals. I think that's just about it, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Forrest, please step forward, and please keep to 5 minutes. I know the presenter for quite some time, and I know she can give us a lot, which is very, very good. But due to time limits, kindly stick to 5 minutes. And after that, we will have film groups. Sarah and Joki, please prepare yourself to come forward after Madam Patricia. Welcome, Madam.
Yes, the PS and the other guests or protocols observed. My name is Patricia Kitheka. I work for Kenya Forest Service, and I'm here to just give you a summary of the what we expect during those during El Nino if it happens. And the key to us as forestry sector is mainly on issues on afforestation and restoration. That is where we are going to be able to benefit a lot from this weather condition, because we'll be able to carry out a lot of afforestation activities in our country through like implementation of the 15 billion tree growing strategy. The other issue is on business opportunities for our communities. We'll be able to carry out, to have a lot of nature-based solutions for our communities, and these are business opportunities. We also have issues on food security, whereby we allow our communities to be able to carry out growing of crops in the forests, and then issues on increased forest biodiversity, and more so issues on fires, because fires have been they've really been able to reduce our forest cover and all that. But with this amount of rainfall, we'll be able to have a lot of reduced fire occurrences and all that. And I think I've mentioned these ones. And all in all, the mitigation actions that we'll be able to carry out is on issues of our awareness. We need to involve the public to be able to grow trees and also participate. Our organizations is mainly the government, and almost everybody will be involved, including the counties. The other key issue is on issues on nurseries, tree seedlings production in our nurseries, because even for us to meet the demand for the 15 billion, we have to be able to produce enough seedlings for us to be able to achieve the mandate. So we'll be able to emphasize on that. The other issue is expect enhanced enough water in our catchment areas through recharge of our catchment areas and all that. I think I mentioned the issues on fires and forest biodiversity, improved forest biodiversity. I was able to summarize time. The negatives are very few issues on flooding, especially along our riverines. We expect some flooding should be able to carry away our planted seedlings along the rivers and all that, the riverine areas. And for us to mitigate that is that we need to raise bigger seedlings that we are able to plant along those areas, and especially bamboo and other tree seedlings that are able to withstand the floods and all that. The other cases of issues on landslides and mudslides, we are trying to create awareness to the communities that we need to carry out a lot of afforestation activities in the areas that are prone to landslides. Of course, we'll be informed by getting to map these areas and create awareness to the communities. I said I'll not repeat on the organizations because it's a role of everybody, including especially the government and the public, and led by Kenya Forest Service. And lastly is on issues on soil erosion along our riverines and all that. And the other one is issues on pests and diseases, because you realize that when it rains a lot, we have some of those pests and diseases that are really usually affect our seedlings in the nurseries and all that. So I think I'm done. The only thing that was not mentioned, and let me just mention this, is issues on risk and uncertainties, so that even as we plan for these plans and all that, we need to prepare for these uncertainties and get to see we will be able to go around them for us to be able to achieve whatever is required. Issues on natural disturbances, climate change, inadequate financing, so we need to be prepared for all these uncertainties and risks. I can talk and talk and talk, but thank you very much for getting to listen to me. And
thank you very much. Thank you very much,
PS.
Madam Patricia. Sarah Joki, Bwana PS, for the last 4 or 5 years, it has been a norm within our National Climate Outlook Forum to include the agency. And you can see even in the sign interpreter, it has been our target that we do this. It is something that is world over, and it is something that we are embracing seriously. In particular, this year we had a number of participants, some who are deaf, some who are also not able to speak. We will produce this focus. Is it in Braille? We will produce that so that at least we can distribute to the people who are not able to see. So it's something that we are taking seriously. Madam Sarah, welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Our guest of honor, all protocol observed. My name is Sarah Njoki, and I am going to talk about the vulnerable groups. As we discuss the positive impacts of above normal rainfall, both positive and negative impacts, it is important to remember that the same weather hazard does not affect everyone in the same way. While heavy rainfall may cause inconveniences to some, it can pose serious risks to vulnerable groups. This we are talking about people such as children, older persons, people living with disabilities, pregnant and lactating mothers, the marginalized communities, and even people living with the diseases that are terminal. This is because different groups have different levels of exposure, and the capacity to cope is also very different. So in my presentation, I wanted to highlight the potential impacts of the above normal rainfall on vulnerable groups and the key measures that can help reduce these impacts. Anticipating, the education sector have talked about the school-going children. They have also, for the sake of time, I will not go through all the possible impacts to these groups because most people have talked about them. Like for the challenges in evacuation due to limited movement, and also like people living with different types of disability, the visual, they will be more dependent, they will need more assistance. So due to the sake of time, I want to summarize my presentation by saying this, that these vulnerable groups should be in the mind of the responders and the people that are taking planning the response, that they should know that they should prioritize the needs of these vulnerable groups. They should know that they are there, and the response should be not taken the same. They should not be homogeneous for everyone. They should know that these people will be more exposed, and try to kindly give them priority in the planning and the response. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Sarah. Economics, please step forward. Madam PS, Madam Sarah is one of our staff, and she has represented the team. Economics, we have Ross from CMBK. On a PS, again, this is another sector that we started incorporating into our co-production about like 5-6 years ago, because we learned that there is a lot that they brought on board when we were doing the co-production. And so that's why they don't miss. They can miss in the first day before they acclimatize. But during the real co-production, they make themselves present. Madam Rose, please, you are welcome.
Thank you. I am Ruth, not Rose. I am Ruth Mwadhi from the Central Bank of Kenya. And allow me to ride on the protocols already established. So the background to this have already been laid down. So I will just go straight to what us as people who look at the macroeconomics mostly focus on. So the sectors that we're looking at that will be mostly affected are the agriculture sector, electricity, transport and infrastructure, trade and education, and we've had a detailed discussion on that. So in terms of, sorry for that typo, it's supposed to be OND 2026. In terms of the positive impacts, we are looking at improved agricultural production, that is both crops and livestock, and we'll have the positive linkage effects in the manufacturing sector, in terms of agro-processing, the wholesale and retail trade, and also the transport sector. We'll have also higher incomes from increased agricultural production. We also expect to have sustained hydroelectricity generation and water supply due to recharge of dams, reservoirs, and this means that the cost of energy will be low, and we also expect increased food supply and electricity generation that is lower cost, and this will lead to reduced inflation. However, despite these positive effects or impacts, the negative effects that have already been discussed, flash floods and landslides, destruction of infrastructure, disruption of transport and trade, disruption of education, and increased fiscal pressure. In terms of fiscal pressure, we are looking at the government spending to mitigate impacts of floods, repairs of infrastructure, that is the aftermath, and search and rescue and evacuations. Then we have lower revenue collections. So in terms of the fiscal deficit, we're expecting the fiscal deficit to increase because of the disruption of economic activity in areas of trade, transport, and tourism. And what are the key response measures? I will want to skip this slide because we have a summary of these. So we've seen that the sectors we are expected to be affected: disruption of economic activity, that is loss of crops, livestock. And when this happens, we'll have slow economic growth in terms of GDP. Then what are the mitigation measures for this? Strengthening of existing crop livestock insurance programs such as DRIVE. Then we have promotion of economic diversification through incentives, incentivization of climate resilience industries, then development of temporary tax deferrals. This is where the National Treasury comes in, and you are asked not to pay your taxes today. You can pay them in a near future when the economic conditions will be okay. Then revision of projected economic growth. As Central Bank of Kenya and as the National Treasury, in order for us to make informed fiscal policies and monetary policies, we have to look at where the economy is growing. Like when we started the year, we had a projection of 5.3% growth. But because of these developments, we have to keep revising the growth downwards because we feel that agriculture mostly will be affected, and this is a very key sector in the economy, and we may not be able to realize such growth. And the ministries that are responsible for this are the National Treasury and the Ministry of Agriculture. Then we have disruption of transport and trade, that's roads being impassable, and this could disrupt supply chains, leading to inflationary pressures. So despite the positive effects we're looking at in terms of increased food supply, then there will be the breakage in the supply chain because of the transport. So therefore, you will have inflationary pressures increasing because there will be food, but it will not be able to reach to the market, or the distribution will not be efficient. Then the mitigation measures is to develop food freight subsidies and facilitate mapping and strengthening of food distribution channels. And ministries responsible, we have the Ministry of Roads and Transport and Public Works, and this includes all the agencies that are under that. Then we have county governments and the National Treasury. Then we have lower revenue collection, and this is due to disruption of economic activity that we mentioned earlier. And the mitigation measures here will be resourcing of contingency funds, suspending expenditures from such funds for a specified period, and facilitating the triggering of disaster risk financing instrument, such as the catastrophe funds. So the National Treasury may be forced to reallocate resources in order to cater for these contingents, and also the county governments. Then we have increased inflationary pressures. These will disrupt due to disruption of food supply chains, which could cause higher food prices. And here, the central bank, we are expecting to monitor evolution of food prices and overall inflation to maintain price stability. You will ask me why we are talking about monitoring and not probably taking a decisive action. And this is because we have to establish whether this is a permanent shock or a temporary shock, but we are expecting it will be a temporary shock that will fade off maybe in the first quarter of 2027. So we keep monitoring and see what's supposed to be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ruth. PS, again, in the midst of us, we have media. I'm calling the media sector presenter to come over. And these are the people, again, we've worked with them for long. We want to hear now how they will break this and how they will handle the situation, since they are key to reaching the last mile person. Without them, and more so, getting it right. We know we have groups of media who may not pass it over well, but we ensure that we have media amongst ourselves for them to understand us. Welcome, Madam.
Our chief guest and all the delegates present in the room, good afternoon. As the media sector, these are some of our main roles that we're going to play, that we're going to do during this time, where, number one, we're going to translate the seasonal forecast into clear, practical public information, where you make sure that everybody who's getting to get the news, either through the radio or whichever media that they're going to get the information from, is very clear and understandable to the language they can. And then we track emerging risks, communicate early warnings before hazards escalate. And then also we're going to give communities trusted, timely information on preparedness and response, counter misinformation, rumors, and sensational reporting. This especially when people can just decide to come up with the news that are not yet verified, or information about the weather and maybe something that have happened, but not yet verified. It is our role as the media to ensure that the information that is out in the public is one that can be trusted and very reliable. And this one, we're going to get it using and working with the KMD, because they are our main resource persons, especially on matters weather and climate changes. We have to amplify the voices from the affected communities, responders, and technical agencies, and then maintain continuity of broadcasting and digital communication during the season. And our other thing that we're also going to do is when these things are happening, we're going to, one of the principles that is going to help us maintain this information to the public is we have to be early. As the media practitioners, we have to be very early and communicate this information before the hazards become emergencies. That is like right now what is happening now, telling the public what is happening. We're expecting the rains. How are we going to give them this information? It should be so early that the farmer in the village or any other person that is going to be of beneficial to this news has it and has already the steps taken. And then we are very accurate with the information that we are giving from the competent authorities like the KMD and other stakeholders. And then we are so local, we are intentionally local to translate the national forecast into county and community realities. And also we're so practical to tell the audience what to do, where to seek help, and what to avoid. Especially what to do, how, when it is raining, what you're supposed to do, what is expected of you. And if you're going to seek help, where are you seeking this help? If it's to avoid, what are you supposed to avoid? It is flooded. You're warned in advance that don't step or don't test the depth of the waters with both feet. If the water is above your ankle, please avoid that area. It could be so dangerous because it could even be deeper than what you think. So avoid flooded areas and high-risk areas. If you can see some hanging poles, those are some of the information that just a highlight of how we're going to make sure that we're keeping public aware of, and also to be safe. And then we are also inclusive by reaching out onto women, children, older persons, persons with disability, especially for the deaf community where we have all the media stations, we have the provisions of sign language interpreters to make sure that everybody can listen to this information in a language they easily understand, including the use of sign language, using vernacular stations, so that we have no excuse that I never had. Everybody had it at the end of the day. And then we are so be responsible in avoid panic. Tell the public to avoid panic or misinformation and sensationalism. Yes, sensationalism. Yeah, it happens. And then we are also consistent by ensuring that we reinforce official alerts across the radio, TV, print, and digital platforms. By this, by us reinforcing is sometimes we'll have to call the various stakeholders or the leaders to come and have TV or radio talk shows. That will also help to explain and to disseminate this information to the people that, to our audiences. And our key resource interview partners, we have number one, through the ministry and the Ministry of Agriculture, Crops, Livestock, Pasture, and Agricultural Opportunities, the Ministry of Water and Irrigation, that is water availability and water infrastructure, the energy sector, where we are going to have the stakeholders, the leaders involved in these ones to help us get more information about this. And then Ministry of East African Community help them and how they're going to take care of their livestock and during this time. And then also their Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife. The information that they're going to give us, that is going to help us in giving out timely information about the wildlife, how the rainfall is affecting the wildlife and tourism as a sector. And then we have the transport authorities. Yes, and here in the transport authorities, here they'll be focusing on talking about the floods and infrastructure hotspots by telling the entire nation which parts are quite dangerous, and if maybe you have areas that are still inaccessible, what other routes can they use maybe to go to areas that they need to go get help. And then also we have the National Disaster Operations Center, that is NDOC, Disaster Risk Hotspots, Displacements and Response. We have beach management units, and these ones are going to help, especially those who do fishing along the lakes. Because you find that during the rainy season, fishing activities tend to reduce, because the fishermen who sometimes can go to the lake, what will happen? The boats can tend to subside, and that will leading to death. The warnings or the information that they can give to their people around their beach and the lake shores. And then the Ministry of Blue Economy and Fisheries Authorities, Ministry of Health and Community Health Promoters to help talk about disease, because during this time, there's going to be rampant spread of diseases like malaria, waterborne diseases. We can use them to help talk to the various communities and the people within their reach on precautions to take. And then finally, we have the Kenya Red Cross Society on the work that they're doing during this time when people are displaced and how their response in humanitarian. And then these ones, as we finish, when we ask the leaders and the ministries or our leaders in these departments, kindly we ask for cooperation so that you are the ones who are going to help us talk to the public with the authority and with all the stamina that is required of us and expected of us, so that the public remains informed all the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. PS, lastly, what we are going to bring is not really a sector, though it's a sector on its own in one way or the other. Amongst this group here, we had partners. And so we felt it important for them to be in here and also tell us what kind of interventions they can chip in together with the government ministries and all that. And so we'll get a presentation from Barasa, from FuseNet, representing partners. We had quite a number of partners here. They are listed there, and I can talk more about that. Welcome, Barasa.
Sure, thank you so much. Yeah, distinguished guests, PS, and everyone around, thank you so much. So we work closely with each and every sector that has been mentioned or has come here in front to say what they will be doing. And as the CBO and NGO part, we try to have a coordination among all these stations, because there are times when you realize that people are addressing the same issue at once and without coordination, and they end up conflicting or end up as oversupplying or overdoing something in one area while some other areas also need assistance. So with that, we are trying to first get the information from Kenya Met, and once the information lands with us, we are able to ingest it in our own way, try to make it more palatable to everyone around, so that even the person in the last mile can really understand what it means in their own way, because we have different people across in Turkana and maybe in Mandera who maybe they don't have access even to the chief, but sometimes the humanitarian body is able to access all these areas. So with that, we'll ensure that the information reaches even the farmers, the pastoralists, the fishermen, and everyone around. And the information is part of the story. So what after? What should they do? So we'll try to have participation scenario planning, whereby we'll try to talk to them and understand what does this mean to you and what will you do. We might tell them to move, but now that's not the way they move. You tell them to move to the east, but they usually move to the west. We tell them maybe to sell off their cows, or maybe to move from this land and go to the other land. Maybe the other land is the one they have conflict with the other group. So we'll engage them so that they can help us to understand what do they do, what have they done historically, and then we'll help them accordingly. That's through maybe cash transfers, maybe offering some non-food items and all that. So in that way, we also will have to engage them, and we'll have a more like a loop, or a feedback loop, where they will tell us more of is the information coming to them, and how are they well using it, and is it of good help, and how well can we maybe try to help them get the information better. Maybe they have people of special needs. Maybe they have grannies. So how do they understand? Sometimes you have issues to do with, these we call it, they have their own way of indigenous knowledge, and they tell us, no, it's not like this. We don't understand this in our own language. But now trying to bring them to book with what the scientists say is quite a big issue that maybe our sectoral part will not be able to do that much. On the other part is the last is the coordination of institutions. We have Red Cross here, we have Masiko, we have a lot of other NGOs that all of them might bring blankets in one area, might bring lorries to transfer people, but sometimes you might find that we're bringing a lot to one place that they don't need, and then another place is really deprived of all this. So with that is a matter of coordination and matter of interacting among the partners so that we can see how well this impending disaster will move on seamlessly without affecting a bigger chunk of the human population and also livestock and food. Thank you so much, and I complete from there. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Batsa. It's now my pleasure to invite the Director, Kenya Meteorological Department, to make his remarks as he invites the PS. And for your information for the media, this statement, which was read by the director, incorporating all these impacts from different sectors, is now available in Q code. The ICT people will beam it, it's already there, so you can get the whole statement from that Q code. Welcome, Director.
Thank you, Masika, for taking us through that. And now, before I make just some few remarks, I'll call upon WMO representative just to summarize the observation that she's made based on this. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Acting Director PS. I would like to recognize you and all the guests in the table. I think mine is very short. I just want to appreciate this forum. It came at the right time, very relevant, when we have something very huge ahead of us and we are all anticipating. And I want to appreciate the support that has made this to come to fruition. I also appreciate the good coordination that I'm seeing with many sectors participating. In some countries, it's quite minimal, and I want you to know that you are doing very well, to commend you for that. And also, I want to appreciate the level of skill and the level of detail going into as detail as a county level, and even some counties differentiating them. I think that's quite a lot of detail that is necessary to inform decision making. And I also want to appreciate the ensuring that no one is left behind in this particular process. Thank you so much, and to all the sectors, the ball is in your court. The focus is in your hands. Please take it to very good use and make sure that it informs your decision going forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, WMO. It's now my pleasure to also call UNEP to make just a summarized observation.
Thank you, and Excellency, PS, Director for Disaster Risk Authority, retired Colonel Samoy. We've been here for 3 days, and I know we've done a lot of good work, but I must say that at the closure of this 13th National Climate Outlook Forum, allow me on behalf of the United Nations Environment Programme to sincerely thank the government of Kenya through, of course, the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, and of course, the Kenya Meteorological Service Authority for convening this important forum. The key message is clear. Climate information must translate into action. Early warning is most valuable when it enables early and informed decisions that protect livelihoods, infrastructure, ecosystem, and development gains, as you've heard from all the partners today. So as Kenya prepares for the coming rainfall season, we must strengthen the link between this early warning and anticipatory action. And this just requires reaching out to everyone, the counties, communities. So this forum has also demonstrated the importance of partnerships. No single institution can address the increasingly complex impact of climate change alone. We need continued collaboration amongst national and county government, scientists, development and humanitarian partners, the private sector, the academia, civil society, and communities. So UNEP remains committed, Excellency, to support Kenya in advancing climate resilience, ecosystem restoration, nature-based solutions, and the effective use of environmental and climate change information for sustainable development. I really want to thank you and wish you all the best as we move forward.
Thank you, UNEP, and it's now my pleasure again to call Red Cross as responders to this climate outlook to also say something.
Thank you very much, Honorable PS Ngeno, and all distinguished colleagues and guests. I'm very proud on behalf of the leadership of the Kenya Red Cross to be part of this product of the 13th forecast. And as I said earlier, document predicting what will happen with the weather. That the work that we have jointly done here puts together the exposure that this forecast brings, the existing vulnerabilities that this will expose, and the very good anticipatory actions that all of us have laid out and commit to, so that we make sure that this country, this great nation of Kenya and its residents, comes out of this particular season stronger and better. And the only words that I would have is to plead and to put to you a pledge that as Kenya Red Cross, we will put all our resources, all our manpower, as required by the mandate given to us by the laws of this country, to support the good work that we are all doing and to make sure that we all work in concert to make sure that we come out of this stronger and better and improved than we have done before in the other 12 forecast events. Thank you very much and congratulations to all of you, as well as a very good leadership from PS and his department. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Red Cross. Director didn't want to say something, but I'll call upon him to just summarize something, because he told us they are already putting mechanisms in place to respond to the effects of El Nino later in the year. So welcome, Director.
Thank you so much, sir, Principal Secretary, Dr. Engineer Ngeno, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to commend KMD for this wonderful job they have done. They have given us the weather situation going forward. And just one more group I want to commend is the media. I'm very impressed personally from National Disaster Operations Center for what the media is doing. And I think now it's very clear to Kenyans that there will be above normal rain in October, November, December season. And I really commend the media for this, both the television, the print media, and even the FM stations. Lastly, I want to say that what remains now is work. Kazi sasa inaanza, because we have been told there is a threat to our country. So what remains is the work for the disaster responders. This weather can be a threat to our country. We can easily lose lives, and we really need to prepare. And with those few remarks, I don't want to talk too long, because I know everybody is waiting for the PS to hear what he's going to say. I want to end there, and God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. You would have gone with that advice if you didn't stand. So thank you for that. And now we are waiting to listen to the PS. But before I call upon the PS to come and address the gathering, I also want to thank the team from climate-sensitive sectors that have developed the sector-specific advisories that will go into feeding into the final climate outlook forecast that will issue to the public. I also want to appreciate the support and collaboration of development partners, UN agencies, humanitarian organizations, county governments, national government institutions, civil society organizations, the private sector, academia, the media, and other stakeholders. The success of climate services depends on strong partnerships and continuous engagement between information, products, and users. No single institution can effectively manage weather and climate risks alone. I encourage all of us to sustain this collaboration beyond this forum and translate the recommendations developed here into concrete actions that will enhance preparedness, strengthen resilience, and protect lives and livelihoods. Let us therefore ensure that the information and the knowledge generated during this forum reach the people and institutions that need them most, and most importantly, that the information is acted upon. On behalf of Kenya Meteorological Service Authority, I thank you all for your participation, commitment, and constructive engagement. And now it's my honor and pleasure to ask you to join me in welcoming the PS to address the gathering and officially close the workshop.
Asante sana. Only 4 people stood up. Good afternoon, everyone. I know we have been here for long, and I won't take much of your time. But again, to reiterate and appreciate everyone who has participated in this conversation, allow me to recognize the WMO rep, Lopsile, the UNEP rep, the Deputy DG Kenya Red Cross, the NDOC, and the Kenya Met, and the media, and all of us. I truly appreciate you for being here. A round of applause to all of you. Allow me to make a few off-cover remarks before I read the speech that has been prepared as I close this forum. And to just indicate that this is also important for us as a country, and to congratulate the Kenya Meteorological Service Authority. No, I'm really proud to see this name, Kenya Meteorological Service Authority. You know, we are transitioning KMD, and most of you have been pushing us to really transition Kenya Met as a department to be an authority, and we are almost there. And I want to appreciate the partners that have worked closely with us. His Excellency the President is really keen on the transitional plan and to make sure that the authority delivers what it is because of what it does for the country. And therefore, I'm really, really happy to indicate that, to mention that. But again, also to understand 2 things that are happening. I think someone mentioned the issue of the rising lakes. And as you are aware, it is a climate change issue. And as we speak, again, coupled with the El Nino threat and the status of preparedness to response, led by the team from the defense and the entire sectors, there's a team that are already in Baringo, especially on the threat of the convergence or the meeting of the 2 lakes, Lake Baringo, Lake Bogoria. You know, it's an ecological disaster. And we took it, the presentation on the rising lakes. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, we are talking about the El Nino phenomena, but the lakes are rising as we speak. Whether it is the engineer talk about the Kyoto in Naivasha, which is almost getting fully submerged. Lake Nakuru, a whole ward is gone. Lake Parut ward in in Nakuru. Talking about quite a number of islands that have been submerged in Lake Turkana. We are talking about Lake Victoria, quite a number of almost a whole sub-counties being submerged. And now the threat of the meeting of the 2 lakes of Lake Baringo and Lake Bogoria. In 2020, 2021, the distance separation between the 2 lakes were around 15 kilometers. When the El Nino happened in 2020, 2021. As we speak, we are talking about less than 9 kilometers separation between the 2 lakes. And only less than a meter before the lakes tip and meet. And of course, there is a huge challenge as we work. So we did take that through the National Advisory Council up to His Excellency the President.
and direction has been provided. The reason why you are seeing a lot of activity on the status of preparedness to work on this disaster, whether it's El Nino or rising lakes, is that the government is well aware. And I think NDOC, you've been at the forefront on this, and we truly appreciate the media as put by the team on what you are doing. So we truly appreciate. I think we are more than prepared. Kenya Red Cross, you know what you're supposed to do. And as I have always mentioned, and this is important for me to mention, the role of KMD or KEMSA, or Kenya Meteorological Service Authority, is to issue alerts and warnings. You will not ask them what to do thereafter. I think what you do with that information is for the sectors that have been responding. So for Kenya Met, make sure your information is accurate for us to be able to respond properly. And that is what we've been doing, and we have really worked closely to make sure that we support them as they do this in that regard. The engineer mentioned about the flooding, that the urban centers are going to be the first effect for any rain, whether it is El Nino or any heavy rain that happens. But I want to, where is the engineer, my friend? Is he, yeah, but I want to tell you also, tell your engineers, I'm one of them, let's tell ourselves, that let's design urban centers which are sponge city kind of a thing, so to be able to trap these waters. You know, we are good in tarmacking everywhere. So what do you expect when there's a small shower in Upper Hill? You know what I mean? So we really want to really encourage, especially county governments or the new towns that are coming up, that we design climate resilient urban cities. And that's what we need to be looking at so that we don't have the challenges coming. And therefore, truly appreciated the responses from the various sectors. And I was very happy to see the Kenya Forest Service. I think you are the only sector that is very happy that it is going to be raining. A lot of rains, you have tree seedlings, you're doing the 15 billion tree growing program, so we'll be doing tree growing until January. It's a presidential directive. And that is how, so as one of the speakers mentioned here, is that these El Nino rains or any rainfall, or whether drought or rains, it affects people differently. So our pastoralists are going to be very happy that there will be a lot of grass and all those things, agriculture, and both positive and negative. And therefore, we need to be able to see how that is going to be delivered. And therefore, just from the government, we are truly appreciative for your support, and we are truly prepared. We are working closely. The president has been on the forefront on this matter. The deputy president has been the one who has been chairing the planning committees, and especially on disaster preparedness, and we've been part and parcel of the teams that have been there. So we pray that we'll be able to sort this as we look at the onset of the El Nino rains. So ladies and gentlemen, it gives me pleasure to join you at the closing forum of the 13th National Climate Outlook Forum. Over the past few days, this forum has brought together scientists, policymakers, practitioners, development partners, the private sector, county governments, and other stakeholders around a shared objective to ensure that climate information supports decisions that protect lives, livelihoods, and our economy. And the central bank team have been here, and you've heard what they are looking at in that regard, and the other sectors that have been here. Ladies and gentlemen, as we look ahead to the October, November, December 2026 rainfall season, the outlook presented to us provides information, important information, on to what we need: climate information to early action. Climate information to early action. The expected rainfall during the October, November, December season presents both risks and opportunities. Above average rainfall in some areas can contribute to improved water availability. That's what the Ministry of Water said. Agricultural production from agriculture, pasture, and recharge of water resources. But at the same time, intense rainfall this requires us to act before impacts occur, not after. building on what has been done here, we must therefore ensure that the climate outlook is translated into clear, practical actions by every sector and at every level of government. For farmers in Nyandarua or Kilifi and Kilifi, for example, this means information can support decisions on planting, crop management decisions, and harvesting. And for pastoralists in Turkana and Samburu, it means information that supports decisions on water, pasture, and livestock management. And for the fishermen communities in Lake Victoria and other areas, it means timely information on weather and lake conditions. And for urban areas and early interventions. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, our second priority must be to strengthen collaboration. No single institution can manage climate risks alone. The Kenya Meteorological Service Authority, KEMSA, provides the scientific information, but the information must be connected to the institutions responsible for the planning, disaster risk management, agriculture, water, health infrastructure, energy, and other sectors as outlined in our National Framework for Climate Services, the NFCS. County governments, communities, humanitarian organizations, development partners, the private sector, civil society, and the media have all an important role to play. We must therefore, ladies and gentlemen, continue strengthening the mechanisms that connect focus to decisions, decision to action, and action to impact. And this is particularly important because climate information must not only be accurate, it must also be timely, accessible, understandable, and trusted. And that is what the media team have told us today here. And therefore, I call upon all the stakeholders to strengthen the communication and uptake of climate information, including through locally relevant and user-centered approaches so that no community is left behind. Our third priority must be to ensure that the lessons from each season contribute to long-term resilience. Preparedness for the October, November, December season should not be viewed as a standalone activity. The risks we face today are increasingly interacting with long-term climate variabilities and change. We must therefore integrate climate risk management into national and county development planning and investments. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we must strengthen early warning systems. We must promote anticipatory and focus-based action. We must also ensure that resources can be mobilized before disasters occur. This will enable us to move progressively from a reactive approach where resources are mobilized after impacts to a more proactive approach where risks are anticipated and managed in advance. Ladies and gentlemen, the October-November rainfall season also reminds us that climate variability is not only about managing risks, it is also about identifying and preparing to harness opportunities. Where rainfall is favorable, we should be ready to maximize benefits from agriculture, water security, groundwater recharge, and other productive sectors, while putting in place measures to manage the associated risk. This is the essence of climate resilience, not simply surviving climate shocks, but using climate information to make better decisions and strengthen sustainable development. As we close the National Climate Outlook Forum 13, or the 13th session, I would like us to carry forward 3 clear commitments. One, I told my team from KMD that when you come and tell us this story about weather forecast, use English. Sometimes they are really so much technical. And in one of the sessions, we get lost at some point. Isn't we act collectively and decisively. And the third one, we need to build long resilience. Let's use the climate information and the lessons from each season to strengthen adaptation, climate risk management, and sustainable development planning. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the October, November, December 2026 season provides us with an opportunity to demonstrate that that early warning can lead to early action, and that early action can reduce losses and protect development gains. Let us therefore leave this forum with a shared determination to act together and act at the best available science and knowledge. The government, through the State Department, Environment and Climate Change, and the Kenya Meteorological Service Authority, remains committed to strengthening climate services, valuable contributions to the NCOF13. I urge you to sustain this collaboration beyond this forum and throughout the October, November, December season, ensuring that the information and commitments generated here translate into action on the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, with those many remarks, I take this opportunity now to declare the 13th National Climate Outlook Forum officially closed. I thank you. Asante sana.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us all rise to thank the PS for his remarks. A round of applause, please. Thank you very much, Bwana PS, for giving us this opportunity to share the work that the Kenya Meteorological Department is doing. And we are grateful to have you here with us. I would like us to remain standing for the national anthem. You have closed the meeting, but we will give the government its due.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya.
And that we've had quite a good number of you joining us. So kindly, would you just join us at the front? And I would also want to ask the what do you call them? The LOC, the lock of KMD. Kazi ilikuwa yenu na mumeambiwa asante. So we'll just take a photograph right here. This is okay. The LOC, tafadhali, as soon as they are done, our high table is done, you will be next. So this will give time to the media to go outside and prepare themselves. The interviews will be done at your left-hand side through that. So kindly, we need this photograph. Aya, Ms. Elal, as soon as you're ready, just let me know. Then everybody else will. So 1, 2, 3, please let us smile. Tufanye haraka.